Jiu-Jitsu for kids, you can go as far as older. We have people starting here, I remember was 65 years old. And this person came in and he just wanted to do the exercise and the warm-up, but he enjoyed the art as well and the gathering that we do stuff. We don't only do karate, we also do other things to have fun. We go out and do things. We do parties and fun and things. We'll do barbecues in the summertime, camping. So we get together at first. They come out, they're not sure what to expect, but after a while they blend into our clubs and they have a good time.
For more information, visit wellandmartialarts.ca. In Welland, you're watching The Source.
Step in, choke it off.
California red.
Bryan Adams has sold over 65 million records, and he's achieved #1 status in 40 countries around the world. He's been awarded the Order of Canada, and tonight was the second time in 10 years that he's performed a sold-out show in St. Catharines to raise money for a worthy cause.
There's a few places in between St. Catharines and everywhere else. So when we did the first show for the clinic here 10 years ago, we discussed possibly coming back at some point, and so the 10th year anniversary is, I'd like to continue what I started, and so with something like this, I know that they're expanding, and the work has been successful here. They were telling me today that a lot of people have come through the clinic that we started 10 years ago, and now they're expanding into the hospital, and so I think it's nice to be able to come back and support it, and also it's great for the community. You'd be surprised how much money we've raised just from this little church tonight. We've raised $150,000.
Money raised from tonight's concert will go towards the purchase of a new digital mammogram unit for the St. Catharines General Hospital.
The new unit will also have definite other benefits compared to our traditional mammograms. With the digital mammograms, it's similar to a digital camera, the picture that you take. We have the ability to change the brightness and the contrast, as also magnify certain areas of the breast. With a new digital mammogram unit, we also have the ability to use computer-aided detection, which increases our sensitivity. The other benefit is, we've already talked about the decreased time to actually perform the exam, but we also have the ability to, with the new technology, to decrease the amount of radiation to the patient.
The great news is the new piece of equipment will be housed at the existing Evangelista Adams Breast Screening Center, and hopefully in the not-too-distant future, the brand-new state-of-the-art Walker Family Cancer Center will be open, and this piece of equipment will be able to be transferred there with all our other equipment, so we look forward to that opening in the very near future.
Talk about your experience on Canadian Idol this week.
Yeah, it's good. This Canadian Idol thing was fun because, it's youngsters and they looking for the same thing. They want to be, they want to be up there making records and singing, and I have a theory that everybody can sing, so.
You don't want to hear me sing? Really don't.
Believe me, everybody can at some point. So I liked that it was a good thing, and it was fun to do.
I can feel it in my bones, and I know it in my heart.
Adams set up his own foundation in 2006 in order to improve the quality of people's lives around the world. All fundraising is done through Bryan's photography, of which he's photographed the likes of Mick Jagger, Lindsay Lohan, and the Queen of England. I
sort of started doing pictures, just sort of documenting my work and, experimenting with a certain subject myself. And so it was just sort of born out of sort of a little bit of tour boredom and curiosity. And it's creative, so.
What's next for Bryan Adams?
The next thing we got coming up is the Walk of Fame here on Saturday in Toronto. And then we're off to New York to do some TV there. And then we're off to Europe to do a European tour. So it's kind of non-stop right now. To the end of the year, I'm kind of busy.
And the songwriting is going to continue forever?
Yeah, songs keep coming.
Fans may have to wait another 10 years for Bryan to perform in the Garden City again, but judging from their reactions and appreciation, most will gladly wait. At the end of the day, $200,000 was raised in support of the St. Catharines General Hospital. From Bethany Community Church, I'm Mark Wiccabrito, reporting for The Source.
The Butterfly Conservatory in Niagara Falls is showcasing the migration and life story of the monarch butterfly from now until September 14th.
Presently at the Butterfly Conservatory we have a new exhibit called The Majestic Monarchs. Actually, we had it last year as well. It's an educational photographic tour throughout the Butterfly Conservatory that tells our visitors all about the majestic monarchs, their amazing life cycle and their life history, and how they migrate to Mexico each year and how they return to us each spring. As part of the Majestic Monarch educational tour, we also have the ability for our visitors to purchase a tagged monarch. We're doing this in association with Monarch Watch, based out of the University of Kansas. Each butterfly comes with a little tag with a little code on it, and if the butterfly makes it to Mexico, in the spring, Monarch Watch actually sends scouts into the forest in Mexico in search of these tagged monarchs, and they'll report back to their website if the monarch was actually discovered, so you can find out whether your monarch actually made it to Mexico or not. The Butterfly Conservatory is an 11,000 square foot tropical plant conservatory with over 2,000 free-flying butterflies in amongst it. So what you're going to see when you come and visit us here at the Butterfly Conservatory is just a dazzling array of beautiful colors of 40 to 60 different species of butterflies that come to us from countries such as Costa Rica, El Salvador, the Philippines, and as far away as Australia.
For more information about the Butterfly Conservatory, visit NiagaraParks.com. In Niagara Falls, you're watching The Source.
Source refreshment is provided by Ricochet Water. Visit them at 6 Seacourt Drive in St. Catharines or call 938-9697 for office or home delivery. When it's time for water,
It's time for Ricochet. Hey, 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 Ricochet.
Have you ever wished you could escape to Greece for even just one weekend? Now's your chance with the 3rd annual Niagara Greek Festival, where you can enjoy all the traditional food, entertainment, and music for yourself.
Well, I think the food is one of the main attractions. Of course, everybody that I know loves Greek food. They love Greek desserts. But I think the music and the entertainment, the dancing. We also have a children's play area here as well at our festival. So it is a very family-oriented event. Our volunteers also span the range of ages. We have teenagers volunteering, a number of them here. And we have, of course, the people that have built our community here in the Niagara region. We're actually starting a project, a 40th anniversary historical album. We have a booth here with people that are trying to promote that project. It will be a project that we hope to complete in 2009.
So what kinds of entertainment is going to be happening today and tomorrow?
Well, we've got our own youth dancers from our Niagara region. We have 5 different dancing groups. The older 2 or 3 groups will be performing, and interspersed with their performances will be groups from other communities here in southern Ontario. So we've got a range of dance groups that will be performing, and music will be playing throughout the day. As far as our church goes, we were relocated to our grounds here, which constitute 5.2-acre property here at the corner of Niagara and Linwell in North St. Catharines, just minutes from the Queen Elizabeth Way. The original building was the former Maplewood School. What we did is we converted the gymnasium into our church. Our priest, Father Cristoforo, will be here today and tomorrow giving tours of our church.
And I also noticed that the Niagara Ice Dogs are here. Do you think that's going to attract a few people?
Well, you know what? Hockey is big here in Canada and southern Ontario. I know in the Niagara region, the Niagara Ice Dogs do have a very strong following, and we're hoping that that will bring people out. We also have partnered with Community Care here, and we have a food drive. So what we're hoping is that people will come out not just to enjoy the festival, but they will bring out canned food and will help the needy in the area as well. So that's one of the goals of our festival. as well as to promote the Niagara region, promote St. Catharines, promote Greek food and drink, and just for people to come out and have a great time.
The Niagara Greek Festival runs until Sunday night. Make sure to come out with the whole family, and despite the rain, you'll have a good time with the music, entertainment, and of course, the food. Reporting for The Source, I'm Kelsey Queen.
I'd like to ask for the adoption of the minutes of August 18th, 2008, moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any comments or discussions? Councillor Wing.
Just a couple of corrections. On the top of page 5, Veronica Vela of Terrace Avenue, advising that her client supports, etc. I think she was here as the owner of the property. I've got the letter that she submitted. She's talking about since our purchase of Glenview Mansion, we've made a continuous effort to improve the property. We've invested a significant portion of our savings into it. So I don't think she was representing a client, but herself or the family corporation that owns it. And also, there's no mention in here about the petition from the neighborhood that she spoke of that night. I think she submitted it to us. I do know there was a petition from the neighborhood as well. And on page 7, I was also opposed to item 3 as well as item
2. So noted. Are there any recommended changes or requests or alteration of the minutes? Having seen none, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. The next order of business is the disclosure of any pecuniary interest by any members of council. Councillor Maves.
Yes, check number 322-105 payable to me for expenses.
Thank you. So noted. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, planning report AM 2008-021.
Are you declaring a conflict?
Yep.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
With your worship, AMO conference.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Iannone and Councillor Diodati.
Check 322191. I think that one was made out to myself for AMO, and check 322104 made out to my spouse.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Councillor Diodati.
Yes, Your Worship, for AMO conference as well. Check 322103.
Okay, and as well, I'd like to disclose the conflict under checks number 322107 and check number 322250 payable to myself. The next order of business on the agenda, members of council, is a deputation from Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we have with us the Executive Director, Mr. John Braithwaite, who is going to outline the launch of the Big Brother recruitment drive entitled 1 Year, 100 Men.
Thank you so much, Mayor Salsi and members of council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. At our office, there's nothing quite as magical as the time when we get to match a child with a big brother or a big sister. Generally speaking, the big brother or big sister comes into the office first, and they meet with our staff. And as you can imagine, they're nervous and they don't know what to expect when they're meeting their new little brother or little sister. And quite often, the child is waiting in our waiting area. And sometimes I get the opportunity to go out and talk to them, and they're full of giggles and nervous, and they can't sit still. And it's really one of my favorite times at our office when that happens. Unfortunately, it wasn't happening as often as we wanted to see it. We had many children that were waiting for a big brother or a big sister, and last March our board of directors decided that we needed to do something a little bit more drastic to recruit new volunteer mentors in our community. We needed to especially match the boys that were waiting, because we were finding that we weren't getting the big brothers in our office. So we partnered with our colleagues in St. Catharines and Fort Erie, and the campaign 1 Year, 100 Men was born. This campaign, fortunately through the support of some of our corporate partners and our individual donors, was quite aggressive. It was something that we'd never done before at our agency, and it was also something that we're proud to say was emulated across the country and has been very successful. I'm pleased to announce today that we're getting close to our goal. Our campaign wraps up on September 29th, 2008, and currently, collectively with our colleagues in St. Catharines and Fort Erie, we're at approximately 80 new Big Brothers. This is a real achievement for us, and we're very proud of that, but we're not at our goal yet. In an effort to help us reach our goal, we declared today to be a day of awareness. Through many different ways, we're using today to draw awareness to our need for mentors, in particular Big Brothers. Many of our volunteers and supporters, and I see many people in this room today, and I appreciate that, are wearing our shirts promoting our campaign, 1 Year, 100 Men. and helping us out in that way, and I really appreciate your support. We're hoping to draw 100 hits today to our One Year 100 Men website, and we hope that many of those visitors will follow through and then find a program that they can volunteer in and become a big brother or a big sister with one of our organizations. We need the support of our community to help us reach our goal. Whether you have a couple of hours per week or a couple of hours per month, we have a program that will fit your time and help the children in our community. Members of council, if you are able to continue to help us reach our goal, we ask that you consider sending an email to your friends and colleagues and encouraging them to visit our website, display our literature at your business, or continue to wear our campaign shirt throughout the month of September to work or in the community. With your help and with the help of our community, we hope to announce the success of this campaign on September 29th, 2008. The children in our community deserve a caring mentor, and with your help and with the help of the citizens of Niagara Falls, we will be able to provide that for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Are there any questions of Mr. Braithwaite, members of council? And I understand you'd like us as well to proclaim the month of September as Big Brothers Big Sisters Month in Niagara Falls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councillor Pietrangelo, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Iannone. Any further discussion or comment? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the good work again you do with our youth in Niagara. Thank you so much. The next deputation, members of council, is a deputation from the Alzheimer's Society, and this evening we have Lorna Anstruther with us, who will be speaking about the upcoming annual society fundraiser, which will take place on September 18th, 2008. You know, Tina's instead, so you're we have
arthritis.
Okay, welcome, Tina.
Thank you, Mayor Selski, member of council, city staff, members of the public. My name is Tina Kint, and I'm the Director of Development for the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara. On behalf of the Society, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about our 13th annual coffee break. This year, National Coffee Break is Thursday, September the 18th. The idea of a coffee break is to make your coffee count. This concept was inspired by two of our very own councillors during a conference in Scotland where they were introduced to a tea break. As we all know, Canadians love our coffee, and that's where Coffee Break originated. Our vision has evolved into a national fundraiser for Alzheimer's societies across Canada that has raised millions of dollars. It is fun, social, and very easy to organize. An Alzheimer Coffee Break is a time when you invite your coworkers, clients, friends, and neighbors to enjoy a cup of coffee or other beverages at a break time or specific get-together. Then you simply ask them for a donation. The Society supplies a kit, the host supplies the people. A kit includes your first pot of coffee, a donation box, and promotional signs and literature. This year's honorary chair is John Whitaker. He owns 5 of the local Tim Hortons across the region, and hence our kit this year is in a Tim Hortons box. People think I'm always bringing them donuts. He will be kicking off this campaign September the 18th at Market Square in St. Catharines from 9:30 to 11:30. So if you're in the area, we invite you to stop by and enjoy a Timmy's coffee. While many Alzheimer breaks in Canada will be held on the National Day, you can certainly choose a date that is more convenient to you. It is also not limited to a coffee break. Some of our most successful breaks in the past have involved something different. Many businesses host open houses, barbecues, raffles, dress-down days, and have sold coffee cup decals. Our goal this year is $90,000 in the region, and thanks to your support last year and 300 other hosts, we raised about $82,000 to support our programs and services for individuals affected with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. Alzheimer's disease is a progressive degenerative brain disease that causes the cells to shrink or disappear. These cells are replaced by dense spots called plaques and thread-like tangles. These tangles eventually choke the healthy cells, making simple activities of daily living a challenge. Imagine living alone and seeing your own reflection in the mirror and thinking there's an intruder in your own home. This is the reality for someone living with dementia. Niagara is a retirement community and has the largest senior population now in Canada, and yet there is the lack of available geriatric services in comparison to other communities. Currently in Niagara, 29% of people are living alone over the age of 65. More people are coming forward early with the disease. However, there are few programs to meet the needs of those individuals in early stages. They are not impaired enough for existing programs geared to later stages, but are not comfortable attending seniors programs at centres due to their memory problems. That's where the Society provides opportunities for socialization and integration with their own peers that understand their experiences and difficulty with memory and communication. The Alzheimer's Society is making a difference. We are keeping individuals in their homes on average a year and a half longer, which is reducing the burden on acute care services. We provide assessments, individual and family counseling, coping strategies, behavioral interventions, education, and information about resources. This is further accomplished through our lending library, assistive device program, support groups, workshops, and programs offered by our Therapeutic Living Centre and Caregiver Cafe. It is estimated that 1 in 13 Canadians over 65 have Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. Currently, 7,700 people in Niagara alone have been diagnosed. However, there is some good news. We know that a healthy heart through exercise, healthy diet enriched in omega fatty acids, and stress management can enhance our brain health and reduce your risk of Alzheimer's disease. We are also very optimistic that a cure is in the foreseeable future. Every year, the Society must raise approximately 35% of a $1.7 million budget. Coffee Break is our signature event. It happens across Canada. It is simple to organize, and the money stays here, right here in Niagara. I encourage all of you to host your own Coffee Break event. Everyone makes a difference, big or small. It always amazes me how much this collective coffee money adds up when everyone gets involved. With your assistance, we can help today and provide hope for tomorrow. Anyone can register for a Coffee Break kit by simply calling the Alzheimer's Society or looking at our website, alzheimerniagara.ca. So I thank you very much for your time and consideration for this worthwhile endeavor, and I understand that you are hosting a Coffee Break lunch.
We are, yes.
So I have your kit.
Thank you.
So
once again, it's our pleasure to be involved with the Alzheimer's Society, and I'd encourage all our businesses in the community to support Alzheimer's for this great endeavor. I'm sure we'll reach our goal this year. Tina, thank you again for your efforts on behalf of all those who are afflicted with this disease.
Thank you. Can I present you with this?
Certainly.
I know everybody thinks that. People get excited. It's just literature.
Members of Council, the next deputation now is a presentation by the Arthritis Society, and Lorna Anstruther is with us this evening. Lorna, my apologies. She'll be talking about the request that September be proclaimed as Arthritis Awareness Month and that a flag-raising ceremony be held at City Hall. So, Lorna, welcome to Council.
Thank you. Mayor Salzi, members of Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lorna Anstruther, and I'm with the Arthritis Society here in Niagara. September is Arthritis Awareness Month. At first, I'd like to thank everybody for all their support that we've had over the years, and of course, we need your continued support. There are currently over 77,000 people in Niagara who battle arthritis each and every day of their lives. To put that number in perspective, that is nearly the population of Niagara Falls. Every person living with a disease that attacks joints, causes pain, swelling, stiffness, and disability. A disease that knows no age, sex, or ethnicity. A disease that can lead to disability and, in some cases, death. A disease that many people see as trivial. Life with one or more of the 100 forms of arthritis. A disease for which there is no cure. Imagine for a moment what it would be like to heat a sharp knife until it is white hot, and then stick that knife into your joint and twist it repeatedly. Painful? Now imagine that pain in more than one joint, and you have a glimpse of what a person with rheumatoid arthritis deals with every day. The throbbing pain of bone grinding on bone. Even the sound of that can make you cringe. I know that pain personally because I have osteoarthritis. 1 in 250 children has arthritis. It's hard enough for an adult to understand what they are experiencing, but you can't explain arthritis to an infant or a toddler screaming in pain. Explain to children why they cannot play like their friends, or to the teenager who's picked on by their peers because They can't see anything wrong with you. You're just faking it. There are many forms of arthritis, over 100, including ankylosing spondylitis, which is arthritis in the spine, psoriatic arthritis, strangely gout, fibromyalgia, and lupus. Over the last little while, I've spoken to many people who have arthritis. They know the effects of the disease on their bodies and minds, but people around them, including their family members, have no idea what they endure each day. You can't see pain. Often the person with arthritis puts on a brave face and continues to do everyday things, except now maybe things take a little bit longer than they used to, or they've come up with creative ways to continue working. If they're lucky, they have a good support system, understanding bosses and coworkers, so they're able to continue to work. Others aren't so lucky. They disappear from the workforce and sometimes from life. They retreat into themselves, a world of pain, suffering, and disability, unaware that there is help. The Arthritis Society can offer that help. I've seen people come through our doors frustrated, confused, uneducated about arthritis. They think they have to learn to live with it. They don't. After they've talked to our physiotherapist or perhaps our occupational therapist, they walk out with almost a spring in their step. In fact, we had one gentleman that literally did walk with a spring in his step. They realize they aren't alone, and there is hope because they have been educated about their disease. They have found the support and strategies they need to live with arthritis. We have a volunteer in our office who has very severe rheumatoid arthritis. The arthritis medications are no longer working for her. She is in constant pain, but she still manages to drag herself into the office on her good days, and those are the days when she can actually get out of bed. Her one wish is a day without pain. You can help make her wish a reality by donating when the canvasser, perhaps your friend or neighbor, knocks on your door. You can purchase a Bluebird at both our Meadows pharmacies or the Chippewa pharmacy. Or you can host a Wear Blue and Give Day, and as you can see, I'm dressed head to toe in blue today, like the folks at Lundy Manor and Willoughby Manor. And there's still time for people to volunteer a couple of hours sometime during the month of September to canvass on their street or in their neighborhood. You can call your office, or my office, at 905-646-7284. My extension is 221. And tell us if you want to canvass, you want to participate in Wear Blue, or sell Bluebirds. The founding goal of the Arthritis Society is a world without arthritis. Last year, the Arthritis Society was unable to fund 67% of research projects. One of them may have held the cure for arthritis. Please give so our volunteer and the over 4.5 million Canadians can live pain-free in a world without arthritis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Are there any questions by members of council of Lorna this evening? Okay, could I have a motion then, please, to proclaim September as Arthritis Awareness Month and that a flag raising take place at City Hall? Moved by Councillor Peter Angel, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Any discussion to the motion? Having seen none, all those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you very much again, Lorna, for your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next deputation is a presentation from Mr. Malcolm Allen, who is the Financial Secretary, who will make a brief presentation to Council on behalf of the Niagara Falls Labour Council, CAW Local 199 on Buying Canadian. Welcome, Mr. Allen. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor Salcia and Council. I'm not sure what you meant by brief, but in any case, we'll give it a shot, since each council seems to have a different time limit. You have in your packages, I believe, a number of documents I'll refer to as I go through this. There's one from the Chamber of Commerce, one from the Canadian Manufacturers Exporters Association, and of course one from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which you're all familiar with, as I am as a councillor in the town of Pelham. The FCM obviously is the umbrella group for municipalities across this country, and in it it talks about the deficit in infrastructure, and I don't have to tell you, but let me tell the viewers what the deficit is, because you're fully aware of it as councillors. The deficit across this country exceeds $300 billion. That's billion with a B, and growing. And until we attack it, it will continue to grow. Now, I'm not suggesting that you reach into your taxpayers' pockets through the municipal taxes to try to garner that money, that obviously needs to come from the upper tier. But how that ties into the manufacturing piece in Canada is there are an immense amount of products that are needed in the restructuring of that infrastructure. Things like steel girders, cement, pipe. And let me use an example of what happened in pipe. The town of Welland actually constructed a fence not long ago, and it used some pipe. Contracted it out, did the usual thing, put out a tender. Tender won, contractor put up the fence, lovely. Everyone was happy. Until a councillor looked at where the pipe was made. It was made in Brazil. You can make that pipe, and that pipe is made in Welland. No one asked. The same as the pipe that goes in the ground. Has anybody asked? The last time you did a sewer project, did you ask where the pipe came from? Probably not. Most municipalities don't. It's not part of the tendering process. What we're asking you to do is make it part of your tendering process. And the reason we're asking you to do that is because it's your taxpayers, my tax dollars and yours, that you asked for to go and do that particular project. What the folks who work in this region are saying to you who have lost their jobs is, if you want my tax dollars, I want you to spend them employing me. And the way to employ me is to make sure you buy Canadian. And if you can buy Ontario, that would be greater. If you could buy local, that would be the greatest benefit to those of us who are employed in this region. And that, in a nutshell, really encapsulates what this is about. Now, folks usually have the normal arguments around, well, what does NAFTA say? NAFTA says a lot. But it says nothing about municipalities. It says nothing about provincial governments. There is no mention of either constituted government in NAFTA. Consequently, in the United States, you must purchase 60% of rolling stock and transportation equipment must be built, assembled in the United States under the Buy America Act, because it's not covered under NAFTA, because they do it through the states. One of the largest clusters of transportation equipment, of which a Canadian company is a major player, Bombardier, is in Plattsburgh, New York. Why are they in Plattsburgh and still not buying stuff from Thunder Bay, even though there's a huge facility in Thunder Bay? Because the Buy America Act says you have to produce 60%. So Bombardier relocated a plant into Plattsburgh, New York, because to get into the market they had to be there. Now folks will say to you, well, you know, the market's not that big here. Not true. The reason the market is segmented is because we buy from all over the world, because we think that's what we should do. We'll get a better price that way. Well, you may indeed get a better price, but you may indeed put thousands out of work in this country who are your ratepayers. So did you really get a better price? I would suggest you don't. Because if it's going to cost you 1% more in a contract to buy it locally, Canadian, Ontario, rather than from Germany or from Japan, because that's where the major players come from, as well as from the United States, which are sometimes our companies in the United States that relocated there because of the Buy America Act. If it cost you 1% more and you laid off folks in this country because they weren't working, did you save money? The argument we suggest to you is you didn't. Now, New Flyer is a major player in the bus manufacturing business in this country, and it relocated its plant, still in Winnipeg, still has a facility there, but it moved its assembly operation across the border to Minnesota. Now, the argument is we don't have a huge market in Canada. Well, let me tell you, they don't have a huge market for buses in Minnesota. But they put it in Minnesota just across the border because that complies with the Buy America Act. And that wouldn't take much to move some of that back over into their facilities in Winnipeg to make sure that they could compete for contracts that said 50%. The province of Quebec says that 60% of rolling stock and transportation equipment has to be Canadian-made, preferably in Quebec. Quebec has a transportation infrastructure program. Now, the spins from, and we all know about, the spin-off effect in economics. The spin effect in Plattsburgh is about 8-to-1. And 4 of those major companies that basically got into a cluster around in that business park where the Bombardier set up its facilities are Canadian. One makes seats, one makes electrical and electronic components, one makes springs and sort of the chassis components, if you will. And they moved from here to there because of the Buy America Act. They were already here. They left. because someone said in the United States, if you don't do it here, you don't get to sell here. Now, if the Americans who signed or signatories to NAFTA can do that, then so can we. Because they have a constituted government similar to ours. They have a federal government. They have state government. They have municipal and local governments. We just simply have different terms for ours in the middle. We call them provinces, not states. But they're constituted the same. So under NAFTA 5A, you can indeed have wiggle room. The federal government actually can have wiggle room as well, because under 5A, it talks specifically about grants. So if the federal government was to give the provincial government a grant for transportation equipment, under 5A, it's not covered by NAFTA. So consequently, you can actually use the grant money to say, we can put limitations on what we're going to do when we tender. Now, I'm not going to argue as a municipal councillor with you, especially with your staff, that this doesn't mean some more work for your staff. It will. No one's going to pretend it's not. It will, because the report mechanism will say, we need some more work done. We need to get another report. And I know how you love an extra report in your package, which is already probably pretty large as it was. As I saw you empty out your envelopes when you come in, they're big as they are. I know that. And I know staff feels that some of this may be a bit onerous. But it's important to understand that we need to know where these things are made, because some of it's hidden. The pipe example is the best one, especially underground. Whoever sees pipe underground? You see it when it breaks. You might see it when it goes in. Nobody ever sees where it's bought. And let me tell you, there's an immense amount of pipe bought from Japan, bought from China, and bought from Brazil, and you have no idea. And that pipe used to be made down the road from here at one time or another, and now it's not. Now, I don't want to harp on about the John Deere situation, but let me tell you folks, that's a devastating blow to the city of Welland. A corporation that's making millions of dollars, who simply says we can go elsewhere because it knows it can sell into this market. It knows when it relocates to Mexico, it will still buy gators, we'll still buy that cutting equipment, and we'll still buy those implements that they'll make in Wisconsin. They know that to be true. But they'd be thinking twice, let me tell you, if you said to them, if you don't have 50% content in that John Deere product to be sold here to this municipality, and every municipality across this country, they'd think twice before they left Welland. But they know they're protected at the moment because they can walk away and sell it back to us. That in itself should be reason alone to pass this resolution. Because I'm positive, and I'm sure you already know residents who live and within the confines of the city of Niagara Falls who work in that facility at John Deere. And I see some heads nodding because you know there are.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying to you, and what we've been saying to other councils around the region as we get this around to the councils, is we're saying to you that yes, it'll take some work. It'll mean your tendering process will have to have a piece in it that talks to Canadian content, that talks to local content. And your staff will have to rewrite the tendering process. It'll be an extra line. It'll be a lot less lines than what you do in the planning documents after you decide to plan a subdivision, because I've seen the length of those. So it'll be less than that. And yes, those who bid will say, oh, it's a lot of work for us. Yes, it will be. But at the end of the day, let's not forget they make money off the fact that you decide to take the tender from them. They're in the business of making money. They might add a few pennies into the fact that it cost them a couple pennies to do that. No question they may do that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's worth employing the residents of Niagara and the residents of Ontario and the residents of this great country than it is to simply say, well, you know, we saved 50 cents. Tell that to the guys and gals at John Deere, that you saved 50 cents, and see what the response is. I know what the response in my community will be. We're awful close to them. We live next door. So ultimately, this is about protecting Canadian jobs. And this isn't a foreign thing, by the way. This is done around the world. When you look through the Canadian manufacturers, exporters paper, you will see that every major G8 country in the world does exactly the same thing. The Germans haven't bought a foreign-made railroad car or bus in 20 years. Not one. Is that because nobody makes them as well as them? No, because they make sure no one gets in. The Japanese only buy Kawasaki. Japanese company. No one else gets in. The Mexicans do the same thing. And the United States, our major trading partner, has been doing it for years. And we've been, not the Boy Scouts, we have been the Eagle Scouts. We're that good. It's simply saying, oh boy, that's just not the way you ought to treat us. You know, you ought to be nice and play nice in this game. Well, you know what? We can no longer afford to play nice at the expense of our citizens who pay our taxes to run our municipalities, our province, and our country. We owe a debt to them, and one of the debts we owe to them is to ensure they get employed because we have an obligation to them, and we have the opportunity to help them. And I don't think we should lose sight of that, and I think we ought to take that opportunity now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Are there any questions of Mr. Allen by members of council? Yes, Councillor Wing.
Comments. Actually, the Financial Post for last Wednesday said our John Deere factory is the largest private sector employer in southern Ontario's Niagara region. This is a devastating blow. And just over 3 years ago, on 13th of June 2005, I actually talked about John Deere here. I'd been representing you, Your Worship, at an event and met a salesman for John Deere who said, we really need municipalities like yours to commit to buying locally because, it's getting more and more difficult to keep our plant here, and this is one way we can do it. Well, my motion went nowhere. I don't think I even had a seconder. And look where we're at now. I'm going to move this resolution. I think we need to start. We really need to start. We should have started long before now. It notes in the resolution the amount of investments required for our municipal infrastructure just to keep it up. Well, where are we going to find that money if we don't have decent paying manufacturing jobs? It notes that the Canadian manufacturers and exporters have called on the federal and provincial governments to introduce Canadian content rules. This isn't just labor, this is business as well. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce has called on the Ontario government to introduce Canadian content rules. This is business and labor alike. Everybody's saying, we need to do this, we need to do it now. And it's really incumbent on us, I think, as municipal leaders to show leadership here and to help get this ball rolling, because the price to our society and our community of not doing so is just too horrendous. We can't afford to have any more John Deeres, which is just one more on top of the long string of other industries that we've lost. We really need to pass this motion.
Do we have a seconder to Councillor Wing's motion? Is it seconded, Councillor Iononi? Okay, I have speakers then. I have Councillor Thompson, Councillor Iononi, and Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you. I enjoyed your comments, Mr. Allen, and it really makes you sit back and wonder why we're so reluctant to do this and to make sure where there's protectionism in other areas, why we don't afford our citizens and our workers the same amount of protection. You mentioned that this would take some work with our tendering process, and what are you talking about? Just a simple clause indicating that you buy, or it should be Canadian content in your tendering process?
Basically, we're looking at a clause that would outline to them what needs to be done in the tendering process, and clearly they would have to identify that. I mean, one of the concerns always from staff, and arguably so. I mean, that they should look out for the interest of the municipality. That's why you hire staff to do that good work for you. Is the sense that the tenderers will have to self-identify. And how do you know for certain? Well, you've dealt with most of them for a long period of time, so there's a certain trust factor involved there. The other part is you can check. You have building inspectors. When that pipe goes in the ground, it's stamped. I mean, I've worked in industry for a long time. The pipe is stamped where it's made, so when you actually have your inspector go out and look at that sewer that's being put, or that water line that's being put in the ground, all he has to do is look down and go, made in Canada. Look at that. So some of it's really easy and some of it's not. But as far as the proposal for tendering, it would be no more than a simple clause.
Anyway, it's something that we should certainly be looking at. The comments you made, and when I used to sit in the chair up here, I was always devastated because it's been a constant over the past 25 years of major industry in this John Deere situation. I know it affects the people in Welland, but that affects everybody right throughout the region. It's devastating. And what have we got left? We really have very little left of good manufacturing and factory and industrial jobs left. But you made a comment there. They moved to the States, and we've had that time after time after time. Because most of the major industry over here are part of a U.S. conglomerate, and they can pull out any time they want. But you said they know they're going to sell the market the people are going to have buy the products over here. Why wouldn't we start a boycott on some of these products and really put an effort forth? I've thought about it so many times when it's happened to me, when they pulled out of this city, and I thought, and I was always told, no, take it easy. There are other jobs that you have to protect and sales and whatever, but you know, it's just infuriating when you see it's just so easy to pull the plug, and yet they have the protectionism on the other side. Boycott, in my opinion, is the answer. One other comment through the chair to Mr. Dulovic. In tendering, would this be an easy process to see this happen and make sure our documents have Canadian in it?
Mr. Dulovic? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, would you like to answer that then?
Yeah, actually, I'd refer you to, there is comments from our manager of supply and services in the handouts this evening, and he goes through what possible difficulties there would be in this process. I mean, he does say requiring the vendor to identify the source of goods and services and the overall content of Canadian content as part of the tendering process is not an onerous task, but will take some time to implement and will add costs to the tender price of these goods and services. And I think Mr. Allen didn't deny that. He referred to you know, some extra pennies, whether it's pennies or not, I guess. And bidders will need to take the extra time with the additional staff to comply with this information. So we have provided some staff comments on the resolution in your handouts, and I hope that all of council had a chance to read those.
Yeah, well, I look at the options. It's going to cost us a little money, but otherwise we're not going to have any manufacturing jobs in this region whatsoever.
Okay, Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to make a motion to refer this issue to staff because I think we really need to have something come back. Our CAO had just indicated have them bring something back.
Okay,
but I'm going to say
we do have a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
You seconded the motion.
Okay. There's a blonde moment. You made a comment in regards to how easy it would be in purchasing with Canadian content. We all just came back from AMO, and AMO highlighted that in regards to how positive it's becoming with the farmers' drive to buy locally, buy Ontario, buy Canadian. And actually through the Ministers' Forum, they highlighted how that had become a very successful drive right now. And I know when you walk into any of our local grocery stores, the sign is there. You are buying local product. And if anybody else received their first federal campaign flyer in the mail today, as I did, there's not a better time right now to ask the question, you know, where do you stand on this? Are you going to enforce this? What does your party, regardless of what party it is, what's your party's standpoint on this? Because we had Mr. Gates here, I can't remember, maybe a year and a half ago in regards to buying Toyota and buying Honda and make sure you buy North American, Ford, GM. I actually did. And I remember being at the dealership saying, I remember Wayne Gates chanting that here, don't buy European, make sure you buy to keep your people working here. If our staff is going to have difficulties with looking at what kind of pipe goes in the ground, thank you. I would have never thought of that. Ever would that have crossed my mind, where did we buy that pipe? Because we don't see it as councillors. You don't see it as a councillor in your municipality. It's just something I wouldn't think of. The small amount of time, that difficulty will help us retain local jobs. And I think one of our mandate when we did a strategic planning session was try to maintain industry in here. And if that small step can help council attain its strategic plan, I think this municipality has to take it. And I hope you're successful as you go municipality to municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I too thank Mr. Allen for his presentation. I found it very well said. Your Worship, a number of times we've talked about industrial tax rates here at this council. I've always been an advocate of somehow lowering the industrial tax rate to try to, I guess, ensure that manufacturing positions will either stay in our region or stay in our community. And I've always said that I would accept some of the burden, or I would give more money just so that there would be manufacturing jobs here. I understand that what Mr. Allen is proposing is just another way around it, and that in effect it would end up being the same result. So I will definitely support the motion.
Okay. And Councillor Ioannoni, did you want to amend the motion? Is that what you're suggesting before?
Yeah, I didn't make a motion. There was no motion to refer to staff. The motion was to pass the resolution.
That's right.
Yeah, our CAO subsequently looked at this and said, you know what, in looking and buying locally, refer it to staff. I knew I didn't make a motion, nor did she, to refer it to staff, just to pass the resolution.
That's right.
Okay, and then to add
do you want to refer it to staff?
An amendment motion to have staff bring us back a report on what do we buy locally and what will it take to have our staff implement us buying Canadian.
Okay. The mover approve of that, Councillor Wayne?
I need some clarification. I moved the resolution that was in our package.
Well, if it's resolution contained, yes, it's substantial here, and there's a number of issues, and we did have a report from staff with regard to some concerns. The CEO would like to make a comment, if he could.
It's just a concern, really. I'm not suggesting at all that we shouldn't support this resolution because of the intent of it. But the fact is, this resolution came to staff after we had our agenda package together. While there are some emails, staff have not had a chance to look at this. This is a huge issue, and we don't want to put our municipality in a disadvantaged situation because of us getting involved in it before understanding the implications. So staff would recommend that you defer this and allow us to come back with a report to indicate how we can do this, whether it's every phrase in the resolution or a component of it, or what's an appropriate step. So in the absence of staff having a chance to even review it, we would be concerned that you pass the motion without that kind of input.
Yeah, Your Worship, those are the same sort of comments I heard on June 13th, 2005 when I raised John Deere then. And look where it led us.
I don't.
Mr. Clerk, you were on to make a comment?
Yeah, through your worship. I mean, the one part of the resolution that does cause staff some concern is the one related to the requiring a minimum of 50% Canadian content regarding the purchase of public transit vehicles. And I know I read an article that Mr. Allen was quoted in the Standard, and he gave an argument as to why that shouldn't be an impediment. But in one of your handouts, you will see from Mr. Stewart, our General Manager of Transit, that in fact the MTO is setting up a Canadian content requirement for all provincially funded transit vehicles. Now that Canadian content is 25%, which is, obviously half of the 50%, but we're of the opinion as staff that we should be following that provincial standard that's been set under that. So that, that one bullet we have a bit of concern with. We talked about the tendering process, and I think we agree that there may be a little bit of onerous requirement, but we think it, putting in some sort of language in our tendering documents isn't the hardest thing to do, and we could accomplish that. But we do have some concern about that 50% Canadian content. And if you read the attachments, it's all about definition of what Canadian content is, and there's a lot of argument about that. So, the pipe example, which was a good illustration, I mean, what if the pipe was assembled in Canada? Is that considered Canadian content? And I mean, there's a lot of issues here, and I'd suggest the Council really read what we've provided you.
Councillor Maves?
Yes, Your Worship, I agree that I think this should be referred to staff. Having been involved with the purchase of buses for about 16 years with Niagara Transit, and I know that on occasion we've even, when we're short of money, we had to go to the United States to buy buses because we didn't have the money in our budget here. And I think it's very difficult to fulfill all these things in the resolution. Naturally, I'd like to see us do 100%, but I think reality is reality, and I think the thing is for us to commit to this can be very difficult. So I would suggest that this be referred to staff.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion with mover and seconder. Would you support that? Councillor?
No. What we could do is, if there's a concern with that, we could drop the first point in the resolution, which is on the second page. And by the way, I did read very carefully what staff provided. If the concern is with the purchase of public transit vehicles, and I realize a lot of what we buy is used anyhow, we could drop that first point for now and leave the other four, which would still give us the spirit of what is before us without binding us to the problem with the Canadian content in public transit vehicles. We can always revisit that part at a later date.
Well, Councillor, is that your intent?
Yes.
And is there a seconder to that? So, members of Council, the motion we have on the floor right now is to adopt the resolution, save and accept the words requiring a minimum of 50% Canadian content in domestic final assembly in the purchase of public transit vehicles. And she would suggest dropping that sentence. Mr. Clerk?
Are you suggesting the 25% that the province is suggesting?
To answer that, I'm not suggesting anything on that point at the moment. I'm saying we should revisit that at a later date, but the other 4 points which follow and don't appear to be so contentious would stand.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor deleting point 1. Is there any further discussion with respect to this motion as to how it's worded? Yes, Councillor Diodati.
Just a suggestion, Your Worship, to my fellow councillor, maybe she may want to pursue 50%, so it makes it known the direction that we want to go, but it doesn't, hold us tight, because I do agree, we do need some kind of, I know it starts with education and awareness, and I understand how important that is, but at the same time, if there's no incentive for these people, nothing will change. And I hate to touch on this, the nerve of hockey in this case, but the Toronto Maple Leafs is a great example. I mean, why don't they put a winning team on the ice? Because they don't need to. People keep buying tickets every time. So as a business person, why would you put money either? So in this case, and a couple of good examples brought to my attention. Even these T-shirts, made in El Salvador, and city pins are made in China, and the list goes on, and I'm sure we're all a little bit guilty, and it starts somewhere, and hopefully someone from the Leaf organization is listening to us too. But, Your Worship, I would just suggest maybe pursuing might be a little more appropriate word.
Alrighty, now we've got another amendment pursuing the highest.
I would consider that a friendly amendment. It's just putting that first point back in, and instead of the word requiring, put pursuing, and that'll give us a goal to work towards and continue to revisit this.
Yes. Mr. Clerk.
Well, not to muddy the waters further, I mean, staff would probably like you to remove requiring in all of those and put pursuing. I mean, I think that's the whole idea, is we want to move towards this, but it may be too onerous on staff at this point in time.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, since we wrote the resolution, we presented it to you, I hear what your clerk is saying, quite frankly, but you got to read beyond, number point 2. It's blank. No one's going to throw you over the falls without a barrel, Mr. Clerk. So there is no penalty to you if you don't make 50%. I will not be back here with Wayne Gates in tow, and he sends his greetings, by the way, and he is on the mend, and hopefully he'll be well soon to be here rather than me. So I'm pinch hitting for Wayne tonight. Otherwise, Wayne would be here with you tonight. I know he's here in spirit. In fact, he's probably poking at the TV as he watches this. So, well, hopefully he's not yelling at the television, because I've told him to make sure that he's calm. So be calm, Wayne, if you're watching this. So there are no penalties to this. I need to be clear about that. We will not be back in 6 months or 6 years saying you owe us X number of dollars because you didn't fulfill this. This becomes something you report back to your council, and as governors of the town of Niagara Falls, you will decide whether you complied or not. And the citizens will hold you to account because of what you've done, just like they hold me to account in the town of Pelham. And that's the way democracy works. It isn't about penalties and there'll be a tax levied, or this will it be tough on staff? No one suggests it won't be. This is new work for staff. It's a new area for staff. No one suggests that this won't be additional work for them. It's a new way of thinking of it. It's going to mean reporting back, and it's going to be somewhat onerous. I'm not going to pretend it's not. I'm a sitting councillor, as I keep repeating. I understand what you have to do. And you do it well, and you work very hard. But I just remind you, there are no penalties.
I do have comments further, Mr. Allen. Sure. Thank you, from Councillor Carrio and Councillor Ioannoni.
Good comments, Mr. Allen. I certainly would support doing all we can to purchase Canadian. I'd just like to clarify, what's the motion on the first bullet? What is it on the first bullet?
Councillor, pursue.
Pursue.
Okay. Okay. The first bullet, pursue. Fine, you got it clear. Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you. Councillor Wing and I are not going to amend the rest of it for pursue for the rest of it either. I think we have to strive for as much as we can. I don't want to see us water down your resolution anymore. It's council's decision, and I think that the motion's on the floor without tampering with it anymore.
Okay. We do have a motion on the floor. Members of the council, is there any further discussion? Okay, and the amendment to the motion is that clause 1 would say pursuing a minimum of 50% Canadian content. Okay, that's clear with everybody? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Please hold your hands up. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. And please extend to Mr. Gates. And for those who aren't aware, I believe Mr. Gates is going to undergo heart surgery on Friday. We wish him well, and his thoughts are our thoughts are with him as well. So
I'll certainly convey that to Wayne, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate those thoughts and concerns and our prayers for Wayne, I'm sure. And I appreciate the time of council and staff. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Members of Council, the next item on the agenda was going to be a public meeting with respect to an application AM 2008-21, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for an application revised at 5471, 5491, 5507 River Road and vacant land on the west side of River Lane and on the northwest corner of River Road and John Street. There is a request, I believe, to have this matter deferred. Mr. Clerk, could you address that for us, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is a letter in your handouts tonight from Mr. Prentice, one of the residents, and it's representing a number of residents asking for a deferral of this item. Their lawyer, Mr. Richardson, is not available because he's in St. Catharines on the Port Deluzio OMB hearing. I know Ms. Gilberti would at least like to speak to, give some rationale why you shouldn't defer it. Obviously, if you put a deferral motion forward now, there's no debate on it, so she wanted to at least have an opportunity to say why you shouldn't defer, and then I guess I leave it up to council.
Okay. Councillor Ioannoni?
Thank you. I move we let Ms. Gilberti give her say her piece, and then council decide what they'll do. Okay.
Yes, we haven't got a public meeting open at this point, so Ms. Gilberti, would you like to come forward, please? Yes, can we have somebody second Councillor Ioannoni's motion? Councillor Carey, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. On Thursday of last week, Mr. Richardson did contact me by telephone and had indicated to me that he had been retained by the ratepayers. I recall with the ORE application, I was also the project solicitor on that one, I recall seeing Mr. Richardson being involved with that situation, probably with the same residents as well. In any event, he indicated to me that he was not available to come to council to speak on behalf of the residents tonight. However, their letters had been sent in. He asked me for a deferral to the next council meeting. I told him that I couldn't speak without speaking or seeking my client's instructions, but I thought that the request for that deferral would be no. I did ask him what was the nature of his request for the deferral, and he said it was because he was going to be speaking to another matter at St. Catharines City Council tonight and couldn't be at two places at the same time. He asked me what the time constraints for the project were, and I indicated that they were very tight. We were hoping, if the application were to be approved tonight, to come back at the next council meeting to have the bylaw and the OP text and the bonusing agreement approved so that the site plan can be finalized shortly so that construction can start forthwith, depending on the weather. He indicated to me at that time that most likely that time constraint would be out the window because there would most likely be an appeal to the OMB. So given those circumstances and the fact that Mr. Richardson belongs to a very large firm with many other lawyers, I don't understand why another lawyer couldn't come to speak to the matter on behalf of these residents tonight. The letter from Mr. Prentice indicates a request for a 4-week deferral versus what Mr. Richardson had indicated to me, which was a 2-week deferral. I'm hoping to be out of the country on October the 6th to celebrate my 15th wedding anniversary, so I avoid a divorce. And I cannot be here on October the 6th. The project planner has other commitments on September 22nd, so we were hoping that this matter could be heard tonight. I see that many of the residents who have sent in the letters are here tonight. I understand that Ms. Cruikshank, and I'm not sure if I pronounced her name properly, and I apologize if I didn't, is here or was here just a little while ago, and she's also employed at the law firm of Sullivan Manny, so I don't understand why this couldn't proceed tonight with or without someone from that firm speaking, and if someone couldn't speak, why we couldn't proceed tonight in any event.
And Ms. Gilberti, there's just one qualification the clerk would like to make.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Prentice's letter actually does say to defer it to Monday, September 22nd, not October.
Well, the letter I received indicates October the 6th.
No. Oh, okay. Okay, I see where you see that. There is something further saying that, okay, that Mr. Richardson's not available. Okay, my mistake.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Ms. Gilberti? Okay, I guess there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, would you like to come forward? Please come forward and identify yourself. Your name, please.
My name's Lila Khan-Cruikshank, and Ms. Gilberti has referred to me as an employee of the firm of Sullivan Mahoney. That is not the case. I'm here, first of all, I'm not an employee of the firm of Sullivan Mahoney, for the record. Second of all, I am here as an individual ratepayer, not as an employee of any organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you for qualifying that. Members of council, we do have a request for a deferral. We granted one request to the applicant already. It was the applicant's request, as you may be aware. Now we have the opponent's request. So, Councillor Wing.
I'll move deferral.
Councillor Wing, you have a motion to move deferral. Is there a seconder to the deferral movement? Councillor Diodati seconds the motion. Any discussion to the matter of deferral? It's not debatable? Sorry. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter is deferred until the next, Mr. Clerk, the next date?
I guess October 6th.
October 6th? Okay, thank you very much. 2008. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Ms. Gilbert, you might want to speak to that. I think October 6th, she said, didn't work for her.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Gilbert, can you get somebody from your firm now?
Probably could, but I understood that the motion was just for a deferral. Is it possible to defer it just to September 22nd? I don't know what the deferral is going to accomplish, because I don't think there's any resolution that's going to be coming forthwith from the residents that could be discussed with the applicant.
Mr. Clerk, on the timing?
I mean, staff was of the opinion that it could come back on September 22nd if representation was available, because number one, it's not a new application. Number two, the residents have been notified, and probably the ones that have an interest are here in the gallery. I don't know what Mr. Richardson's schedule is. I did talk to Mr. Prentice and suggested that it would be, not that it would be palatable to the developer, but obviously the 22nd of September would be more palatable than October 6th. However, I don't set other people's schedules, and I don't know how to guide council on this as far as the availability of the principals.
Perhaps, Ms. Gilberti, you could get together with Mr. Richardson and confirm with our clerk the next available date between both of your offices.
When I spoke to him, he told me he was available on September 22nd, because he asked me when the next council date was, and I said September 22nd.
Well, if that can happen, we'd be glad, I'm sure, to entertain the application. So as long as we can get confirmation in the next couple of days, we should be okay to proceed on that date.
Okay.
Does that date sit well with you?
The 22nd is much better for me than it is to have it deferred to October the 6th.
So is it possible then you could get a hold of our clerk after your discussion tomorrow morning with Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 10-story, 102-unit retirement home at various addresses listed on Main Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, August 8th, 2008, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask the Director of Planning to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hurlovich.
Thank you, Your Worship. This property is located on the east side of Main Street between Summer Street and North Street in the city of Niagara Falls. It involves 4 parcels of land which constitute approximately 0.3 of a hectare. The lands are surrounded by commercial properties to the north, to the west, and to the south. To the east of the property are properties on Summer Street which are zoned for commercial purposes but used for residential purposes, and a number of residential buildings along Banker Avenue which are actually residential in the official plan and the zoning bylaw. The site plan before council shows the development pattern that the applicant is actually proposing. He's proposing a 10-story 102-unit retirement residence, and that building is outlined in red. There's a couple of components to this building. That is, there's a large tower portion, which is the rectangle. It runs top to bottom, and then there's some 1 and 2-story podium portions, which includes the curved portion of the building, which is the fitness facility on the ground floor, some kitchen and dining facilities, some receiving areas, which are all part of the building. The building has a large underground parking garage, which is entered from the north end of the building. There's a surface parking lot as well at the northeast corner of the property, and a driveway with a porte cochere in order to protect the people coming and going from the building. The site plan also shows a refuge garbage containment area along the north property. It might not be all clear to everyone, but that's the refuge area just to the north. The original submission by the applicant had a delivery area coming from Summer Street into the back of the area. The kitchen of the building is located in this on the first floor of the building here. There was a delivery area. The applicants revised that to show landscaping and only 2 parking spaces that would back onto Summer Street, and he now proposes that the deliveries would arrive at the front of the building and the trucks could back into this location, and deliveries would occur at the south end of the building. So those are some of the changes that have been made. While I'm on this slide as well, just point out that staff had made recommendations that be a landscape buffer along the east side to buffer the residences on Banker Street from the parking garage. The applicant has now incorporated some landscaping as well. There was a recommendation for landscaping along the south property line. This abuts one of the residential properties. This is Mr. Prada's land in this location. Excuse me. The front elevation of the building is on the screen in front of you, so that Main Street is the gray roadway shown here. The driveway into the building to drop off residents to the facility would occur here. The property does slope down as you come into the north end of the property. This is the door into the parking garage, which is the basement level of the building. The applicant is proposing that the first floor of the building would be used for commercial purposes. That is, there would be practitioners, medical clinic offices, as well as fitness facilities on that floor. I've already mentioned that the cooking and kitchen facilities, the refrigerators are on the ground floor. There's a proposal for a dining room on the top floor. It's a 10-story building. The dining room would be on the top floor for the residents. The building is designed to be self-contained retirement units, although basically they receive a level of care and or dining facilities that are provided in the building. As I've outlined, the proposal is for a 10-story, 102-unit retirement residence. The applicant is requesting an official plan amendment. That is to add a special provision. The lands are currently designated minor commercial. They want a special provision to recognize the retirement home as a use on the property and to recognize the height and density of the proposal. The application would also change the zoning on the property from general commercial to an R5F residential residential apartment 5F density, and there are site-specific provisions to adjust the density, the front and rear yard depths, the side yard widths, landscaping, and those matters will be described in more detail. In reviewing the application, the Planning Department found that the city's planning decisions must comply with provincial planning policies. The there is a requirement that by 2015 the city must achieve 40% of its new housing through intensification in existing built boundaries. This is the kind of development that we anticipate will be coming, and certainly is consistent with provincial planning policy. With respect to the official plan, the lands are designated minor commercial in the official plan. The official plan does have provisions that allows commercial uses to be developed for residential, and mixed use develops mixed use being commercial and residential blended together. In the upper floors, when there's a surplus of commercial lands, as well the property is within the historic Drummondville CIP, which also envisions the development of mixed-use buildings. It also prescribes the addition of medical facilities, doctors' offices, clinics to support the hospital, which is located in this area. The official plan under the commercial provision policies of the official plan which apply to these lands, we don't have specific density provisions, but what we have done as staff is we've actually referred to the residential density requirements that are contained in the official plan to provide us some guidance. The official plan allows residential development within commercial areas or in close proximity to commercial areas to achieve a density of 100 units a hectare or 40 units an acre. And that would be, as the slide says, for conventional apartment buildings. This is a proposal for a retirement home. It would have a density of 251 units a hectare or 102 units an acre. The applicant has identified this as being the number that's necessary to make the project viable due to land assembly. You can appreciate that the redevelopment of lands is more costly because of buildings which must be demolished, and in this case the buildings have already been demolished, but they're part of the project's costs. Also buying 4 properties to assemble, each of those properties comes with a net value. The density of the project, the official plan does give some indication that additional densities can be considered where they're in close proximity to transit routes, to medical facilities, to shops and restaurants. It's pointed out that this building is quite near the hospital, of course, other medical facilities. We have the Main and Ferry business area a couple blocks away. As well across the street we have the Coronation Center. The road network as well can support the density for this project, and the impacts on the infrastructure are not expected to be impacted by the increased density. The proposed height of the building is also considered appropriate. Development in or near those minor commercial areas can achieve heights of 6 stories. The proposed development is 10 stories and includes a decorative roof feature. In reviewing this, staff identified that the site is very close to the Clifton Hill tourist sub-district, which allows 12 stories in height, and that includes the Park Plaza Hotel, which is on Ferry Street, which has a height of 11 stories. The properties to the north and south of the site, as I've identified, are actually designated for commercial uses, and they're already used primarily for commercial and institutional type uses. The properties to the east are designated and zoned for commercial uses. However, they are used as residential buildings. The tower portion of this building is set back approximately 32 meters from those residentially designated lands on Banker Street. The applicant had submitted a sun shadow drawings for the property, which show that there will be no impacts on these residents during the summer period. And to assist in reducing the impacts, we're recommending that there be additional landscaping. I pointed that out on the slide behind the parking lot. The project is not expected to generate a significant amount of traffic. Again, we're talking about seniors, and the number of cars that seniors who would be living in this house is actually reduced, and that's reflected in the parking standard that we will be addressing shortly. I've already mentioned that there's adequate infrastructure to support this development. The site is currently zoned general commercial, a GC zoning. It would permit a commercial building to be developed on this site up to 4 stories in height and as close as 3 meters or 10 feet from the property lines of the residents onto Banker Street, but also those properties on Summer Street as well. The R5F zone is being proposed, and we discussed this with the applicant. Again, because it is a residential development, we felt a residential zone would be the most site-specific to this particular proposal. We would be adding site-specific provisions for the setbacks, but we also would need to provide provisions to recognize the ground floor commercial uses. I've mentioned the clinic and the fitness facility. Health center is how our zoning bylaw defines that term. On the ground floor. The applicant is seeking a number of site-specific standards, largely because we're suggesting that there be an R5F zone, and because of the very irregular shape of the property. They're proposing a density, as I already mentioned, which is quite a bit higher than is recognized by the official plan. That would be reflected in the zoning by reducing the minimum lot area per dwelling unit to 39 square meters per unit. They're also going to increase the front yard depth, so between the street line and the front of the tower portion of the building is actually a 10-meter setback, whereas the bylaw currently provides for a 7.5 meter setback. They are, however, seeking a 1 foot, 0.3 meter setback for the canopy portion of the building. They're seeking to reduce the setbacks for the building podium, which I pointed out on the site plan, so that it could be as close as 1.2 meters or 4 feet along the south lot line, and a distance of 3 meters or 9.8 feet from the east lot line. The podium is 1 to 2 stories in height, and a 1 or 2 story dwelling is allowed to become as close as 1.2 meters to a property line. They're seeking to adjust the setbacks for the tower portion of the building. The bylaw requires, or the R5 F zone requires, that the side yard setbacks be 1/4 of the building height, and so therefore that would be 9.7 meters. They are proposing to reduce that to 2.2 meters on the south end of the property, and it would be 5.8 meters at its closest point to the residential property to the east, or 14.3 meters at the more northerly portion. The abutting properties to the south and east I mentioned are already zoned commercial, despite being used for residential purposes. The majority of the tower portion of the building would be actually set back a greater distance. I've mentioned the 14.3 meters, so that's actually greater than the 9.7 meters that the R5F zone would provide for. They're also seeking to reduce the setback on the north side, which technically becomes the rear yard, but for the purpose of this, the north side, which requires that the setback be 1/2 the building height, which would be 19.4 meters. The applicant is proposing 8.8 meters. This side yard actually abuts the medical center to the north, and so therefore we believe that this setback would not impact the property to the north. They're seeking a lot coverage of 35 or 36% rather than the standard 30% that's allowed by the R5F zone. This is largely due to the fact that they're providing parking underneath the building, and therefore they don't need to cover as much or reserve as much of the surface area for surface parking, and so therefore they've actually achieved some efficiencies on the site. And it's just noted that the current GC zoning on the property would allow up to 70% of the lot to be covered with a building. The standard R5F zone provides for building height of 28 meters. The applicant is proposing a building height of 37 meters. This is in order to accommodate the pitched roof, which we do not believe would add significantly to the mass, and it certainly improves the appearance of the building relative to its residential character. The decrease in landscape open space from 55% down to 22%. This is necessary. Anyway, the 22% would be achieved by incorporating those landscape strips that I mentioned around the parking lot. As well, there's a large area that would be dedicated to the outdoor swimming pool as well, because of the nature of the residents living here. It's not anticipated that there would be a large outdoor active living space needed. The applicant is seeking the standard 0.6 parking spaces per living unit for the retirement home. This is the standard that we have applied for to retirement homes for the last 20 years. The commercial uses would be subject to the standard requirements that are in the zoning bylaw. A clinic, for instance, requires 1 parking space for every 3 practitioners, and that would be the standard that would be expected here. There are a number of other matters that staff had regard to. One is the fact that this property is located in the historic Drummondville CIP. It's an area that we are encouraging intensification and revitalization. This property would be subject to revitalization grant programs, would also be eligible for an exemption under the development charges program. It would also qualify for certain reductions in the regional development charges as well. The site as well is, because it is a high-rise, or increasing the height and density, could be subject to a bonusing agreement with the city, whereby the city, having determined that if this proves to be good planning, could collect a cash contribution to be used towards community facilities. However, in this case, staff is not recommending that the Section 37 bonus be taken, largely because we're going to be giving them revitalization grants, or we expect that they will be applying for revitalization grants and waivers, and so therefore we'd be giving them money with one hand and taking it back with the other. And the whole idea is to encourage additional densities in order to rejuvenate this commercial area. The site plan would also allow us to investigate in more detail the lot grading, the stormwater management, the fencing and buffering of this property. We've mentioned the waste disposal is at the north, and this would also be the point at which to address the deliveries to the building. The revised site plan, I've already indicated, shows that the loading area has been moved off Summer Street to be at the front of the building, thus improving the safety and the ingress for delivery vehicles and less disruption for the Summer Street residents. Therefore, our findings were that the application could be supported because it's consistent with the provincial policies. The development is high density. It's a mixed-use project, but within an area where we anticipate redevelopment, and we certainly feel that the development can be compatible with the surrounding area. As well, we feel that the height of the building at 10 stories will not impact the commercially zoned properties and should not adversely impact the residential properties due to shadowing. The retirement home also adds additional choices for seniors who wish to reside in the area. The infrastructure is available, and we would use the implementing zoning bylaw to incorporate the site-specific provisions that I outlined. Therefore, staff's recommending that the council could approve the application with those site-specific provisions in the official plan and the zoning bylaw to permit the 10-story, 110-unit retirement home. Those are the highlights of this report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. I have comments from Councillor Carrio, Councillor Ioannoni, and Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I have questions, Your Worship. What grants does this qualify for, Mr. Hurlovich? Which grants specifically?
There are certain grants. One of the grants would be the subsidy for residential units. So there's a contribution, and I'm sorry I don't know the exact amount, but I believe it's $20,000 per unit. So it would be eligible for that grant. It would also be eligible for the tax increment financing, which is the amount of taxes that the property currently pays, the difference between the increased value once this property is developed and the old value.
Phased in, the phased-in tax
phase that
system.
in, yeah. So 80% in the first couple of years until 10 years, and they would be paying their full taxes.
I have Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we get into a long and heated debate, and I'm not going to support 10 stories, but my question to Mr. Hurlovich would be, if the suggestion made here is maybe we'd support a compromised 8 stories, is that a new application, or can we approve? Can we make a motion and do something like that?
Mr. Hurlovich.
I don't see why the council couldn't make a motion to pass whatever they want. They're allowed to impose conditions onto the application if that's what they see fit. I don't know how the developer would feel about that, whether that's acceptable to him or not.
Councillor Ioannoni.
Well, that's our decision, and when it gets down to it, but what I wanted to make sure was if we subsequently saw a motion like that hit the floor, whether that would take us to a different application, because we've had that here where we've said, that's not what's before us, and I just didn't want us to get into all that and see it come to that if that's the mindset that we may end up at.
Because council, the application that was advertised was for a 10-story building. You're proposing a lesser story building. I would say that the impact is less, that we're not going the other way.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. To Mr. Hurlovich. I spoke to you earlier, but I'd like to know, is this property going to be ownership by a firm or individuals?
Mr. Hurlovich.
Yes, Your Worship. I did speak to the agent for this development. He might be able to outline it a little better, but the building will be owned by a corporation. The residents who move in here will take out a life lease tenancy in which they pay a cash amount, and when they leave the building, the cash amount is returned to them. But he could probably describe that better. But it is owned by a corporation.
Thank you very much. Because in your report, it says a retirement home for senior citizens. In many of these that we received, it says they support young, middle-aged, and older seniors. What are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with a retirement seniors? Are we dealing with young, middle-aged, or seniors? Is it a retirement home, or is it individually owned, or is it owned by a corporation? I'm a little bit confused. I don't know what I'm dealing with here tonight. You'll have a moment.
Perhaps, Councillor, we can get to that point when we have the proponent speak.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 17, subsection 24 of the Planning Act. At this time, Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. I just ask if you would please identify yourself and your address as well, and there is a 10-minute limit. So please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship. My name is Barbara Allen, and I live at 5691 Banker Avenue. Good evening, councils and ladies and gentlemen. The proposal is for a 10-story building within this property. It is zoned, as you already heard, and within your notes that you have received, it is zoned for a 4 to 6 story. This would be like putting the Quality Inn Hotel on that land minusing one level. And the hotel is further away from the residents due to the fact that they have a 2-story motel behind their hotel. The businesses are in favor of the project due to the condition of the land, as well as they don't live within the immediate area. If you would take a look, for instance, at the professional building on the corner of Kitchener and Portage, or Main Street, that is a 6-story complex. So take that building, put it on the land that he has got there, and stretch it out. That is what we're looking at for a 6-story. Comparison to what we have down on Clifton Hill, that's down on Clifton Hill. That's not where we are. A shadow testing was performed, and it was said in the documents that it would not create a shadow. We feel that this is not a true statement, that it would affect the gardens, the flowers, and the backyards of our surrounding neighbors. This analysis was not taken from our property, but perhaps the applicant's property. The laneway has now been moved to Main Street, which is no longer a concern since the time that I went out and got petition through people within the 400-foot radius. We feel that the extra traffic into this site, that a light or that of a similar nature of the set on Progress just past Valley Way be put on the corner of Main and Summer. There would be a fear of an elderly person crossing that road and getting hit and killed by a vehicle. There is a bend coming down that road where National Grocers is, and it's hard to get over there as a normal person, let alone an elderly person. It is difficult enough, like I said, with the bend. And at the back of the building, we have parking, we have receiving, we have a pool, and we have landscape. We would ask for a buffer zone. What about the lights at the back of the building to provide lighting for the parking lot, the pool area, and if any in the landscape area? I have been told by the applicant that the city bylaw consists of 2 parking spaces for every 5 units. On the plan, there are 29 available on top, so this would mean 21 available parking spaces below the building, not to mention where the visitors are parking. We already have streets parked with hospital visitors on Emery and Temperance that the little city man in his little car goes down and he tickets every now and then because they're parked there far too long or they're parked there going the wrong way. This is a concern. The applicant was noticed doing a drive-by my home today, taking a video picture of my home. What his intent of that is, I don't know. The applicant also told me surrounding neighbors in the area, me and surrounding neighbors in the area, that it would not be practical for a 4 to 6 story, and it would not be worth going ahead with that of a senior's residence, and would be forced to be rentals instead if I fought the approval. This is how people change their vote in approving for the complex, because they would rather it be for elderly people or seniors rather than a lower rental income. Because if people have to turn around and pay a little bit more money, they might turn around and take more pride in their property. What says that a senior cannot rent it out to anybody else after they purchased it? The neighborhood meeting on July 22nd and 24th of 2008, the people against this proposed amendment would not attend due to being against the project. Why would people go if they're not in favor of the project? They're not going to go. The maximum allowance, there is 40 units per acre, which is the maximum allowance compared to 102 units per acre. And 4 extra floors would be approximately 40 feet, which is a significant difference. A reduction in lot area per unit is from 57 square meters to 39 square meters. Also, a reduction in the side yard width. This clearly states all the cutbacks that have to be done to accommodate the size of this building. It states that there was only one letter in your package that was received by today's date. I know of 3 that were sent. The applicant also stated that it is something he had been thinking about for 20 years, but it seems kind of funny to me because the land was up for sale 3 to 5 years ago. So how can the applicant say he's been thinking of this for 20 years when he had his property up for sale? Plus, he's also been to City Council with different proposals for this land. So I just don't understand the gist of he's been thinking of this particular plan for 20 years. I would also note that the 2 pages of petition against the approval of that of a 10-story building and would like to be on the site planning of the project. And I also have a neighboring person that could not sign the petition by the time that it got into you to City Council for your package, Mr. Rolando Silverio, that lives at 5693 Banker Avenue. He does live in Mississauga, and he does rent out the property, but he is also against the proposal. The applicant has come to me and asked me and has said to me, we want to make everybody happy. Well, that doesn't make me happy. The applicant only saw me on Labor Day. That's the first time I met him. That's the first time I know him. I knew of his name, but that's all I knew of. Now, with that, I'm only this. A lot of other people have lived in that neighborhood for 60 years plus. I have met people that have signed my petition that were born and raised in the homes in that area. And this is a really big concern. I have sun in my backyard, but nobody came to my backyard to see what the shadowing was like, because I would have considered putting a pool there a year ago. I would have also considered taking 2 of my trees down. I'm not willing to do that now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Allen. Is there anyone else? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Just wanted to give a comment, Your Worship. I thank Mrs. Allen for her comments. I just wanted to let her know that there was 3 pieces of correspondence from residents that were actually part of our package. One was from her, and then the other 2 were from residents that live on Summer Street. So there were 3 pieces of correspondence that we did receive as part of our package.
Thank you. Could I have the next speaker come forward, please? Other than the proponent, please come forward. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Councilman. Just to reinforce what
your name, please, and your address.
I'm sorry. My name is Sandy Edmondson, and I own the property on 5772 Emery Street. That house was purchased by my parents in 1951, so we've had it a good many years. My daughter currently resides in there, and I apologize, and I'm sorry that I didn't get to sign the petition when they were coming around, because I think my daughter had possibly signed it. My concern is, and my chief concern would be in regardless, I think what we say up here, a 10-story structure on Main Street in that particular area would just be absurd. I understand 4 to 6 would be a nice, reasonable size comparing it to the professional building. It is a professional building, I believe, on Prospect and or on Portage Road there. So it's just, I think, the size, the height that is, everybody's concerned about. And I agree that as far as shading, and regardless what the opponent is saying, that you're not going to get the sun in the back of it, and particularly on Banker Street. So again, I'm just here to reinforce my fellow neighbors, and wish that you would reconsider and certainly consider the fact that 10 stories would be far, far too much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. there anyone else who'd like to speak other than the applicant? Please come forward, Mr. Sinclair.
Your Worship, members of council, I think everything's been said really basically on this, but I'm acting for Guy Prata, and he has actually he has 100 feet that is immediately to the west of his property and to the immediate east of his property. So he's got 100 feet that's going to be right against the property, and obviously his garden's not going to grow too well because he's going to have 10 stories, if he does have 10 stories, which we think is too much. You've got 40 units per acre. That's in your official plan. This is 102. This is 2.5 times the amount. I mean, I think that's really getting kind of crazy. You've got the property, the hotel or the Park Plaza. I think that's a little different situation. That's on Ferry Street, and there's obviously a lot of motels, hotels in that area. This really isn't a hotel area. I don't think. You've got apartment across the road, which is 3 stories. You've got the medical building, which is 6 stories. You've got other buildings around that are all low. This thing is really going to look out of place, I think. And I think it's gigantic. It's a huge, huge difference between 102 units per acre and 40 units per acre. 40 units per acre would be 4 stories, actually. However, notwithstanding that, I think the idea of the application is good. It's good for Niagara Falls. It's good for the infilling. I agree with a lot of the comments that the staff has done. The only thing the staff said it's compatible and it will not adversely affect surrounding areas. Well, it certainly affect Mr. Prata. I mean, it's going to have a huge effect because he's right beside it. Obviously, he's got this huge building. And a lot of houses on Summer Street, even though they might be commercial, are going to be affected. The chap right next door, Gus Crescini, he's certainly going to be affected. I was there today and had a look at it. This is going to be horrendous for them. And the Banker Street people, of course, are going to be, Banker Avenue people are going to certainly be affected. I think it does have, it adversely affects them. I think the report is wrong in that area where it says it doesn't adversely affect the neighbors. It certainly does. However, notwithstanding that, we sort of like it, but not really like it. We know that somebody's going to go there, obviously, and we're going to have to do something. But my client and the next door neighbor would be, and they're really affected because they're right beside it. They would say, go 8 units, and we'll sort of, as a saw-off, as a compromise, maybe 4 to 6 is more realistic. 10 is not realistic, I don't think, but we would certainly, we'd support them at 8 units.
8 stories?
Simple as that. 8 stories. 8 stories, yeah, 8 stories. 8 stories, which would be 80 units. Be 80 units per acre, as opposed to 102. So it's sort of a compromise, but I think it's a realistic compromise. And gives you, the man gives a lot more, it gives them double what your official plan says, double what the zoning bylaw says, but it's realistic, I think. It's probably too high, maybe a little too high for the area, but at least it's close. It's close to 6. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. I appreciate that. Yes, please come forward. Good evening.
Mayor, Council. I'm an owner and I reside on Banker Avenue. And I'm just down here to give full support for this.
Okay,
I
your
think
name,
this
please?
is Shirley Hussey.
Shirley Custon?
Hussey.
Hussey, sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
And I think it's going to do a lot for the neighborhood. It's going to create jobs. And I'm for it as well as I have a note from my neighbor, Sue and Steve Parker, who are in favor of it as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward other than the applicant, please? Yes, please come forward, sir.
Hi, I'm Don Searle. I'm from 5827 Main Street.
I'm sorry, just give me your first name.
Don.
Yeah, thank you, Don.
Now, I came here in '94 to Niagara Falls. Moved from Burlington, and I really appreciate what the city has done. I think under the previous mayor and you, the city has come a long way. It's a beautiful city. I love the skyline, and you're fixing up Queen Street, you're fixing up John Bill, and I think that's a positive thing. So since I've been here since '94, the city has changed a lot, and it's a vast improvement. It's a beautiful city. I see the building here. I think it'd be a very good asset to Niagara Falls. The reasons why is seniors are good people. I've done a lot of work on senior buildings. I'm not doing anything at this building. Clarify that. But I've done a lot of work with seniors, and they're beautiful people. They built this country. They are an asset to the community. So by bringing the 102 units in, so you've got 100 to 200 seniors, I think that's a good thing for Niagara Falls. I think parking, a lot of these seniors right now live in homes. They could live in this neighborhood, in this region. They have their homes. They need somewhere to go. If they move here, that might alleviate some of the parking problems we have, okay? They're talking about parking lots on the back streets. Well, I've seen some of these seniors walking from Summer over to the hospital. Well, if they live right there, they don't have to park on the street. But I'm in favor of this because I think for my dwelling, there's 4 units there. It'll be improve the whole neighborhood.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to come forward? Please come forward.
My name is Susino Stando, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I live on Robson Street for over 30 years. And Main Street, Portage Road, around the area there, it was dead. It's time that we renew that around the area to bring more commercial around the area, bring more people to work, because that area there is just abandoned from God for so many years, and it's about time that that land to be developed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council and everybody here. I just wanted to say that my name is Sarah Daniel, and I own the building at 5668 Main Street, in which my husband, Dr. Huck, runs his plastic surgical practice. And overall, we're very pleased that Dr. Vaccaro has got his plan this far, and we're glad to see that something is going to be there instead of wildflowers and weeds and things. And I think overall we support this development. I have a few concerns, however, and some are specific concerns directed to staff to provide answers for. And my overall concern relates to the height of the building. But I'll start first of all with, if you could go back to the picture that shows where my property is. I'd appreciate that, if the one that has the grass and the small red building on the side.
Okay, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's 5668 Main Street, the red building there.
Yes.
And the concerns I have relate to, first of all, the entry for the parking drive is right located by the fence. And I'm wanting to know, there's a reduction in the setback to only 30 feet. I'm quite concerned about large delivery vehicles that may be servicing laundry or kitchen or other services, especially if there's commercial on the main floor. That is a very small clearance to me. And we don't have any further setback on our property. That fence is right on our line, and the cars have to go right near that line to gain access to our parking lot, which is at the rear that abuts the residential properties. So one of my concerns is the reduction of the setback from, I believe it was 60-odd feet to 30 feet, and I'm concerned about the safety and the clearance because we have a lot of traffic. Dr. Huck sees most of Niagara Falls or their relatives at some point, I think, but we have a lot of traffic coming in, and I'm concerned about safety there, so if staff could address that point. The next point is regarding the widening of Main Street. It was alluded to in the report. There's going to be a 5-foot widening of Main Street. Is that affecting the properties to the north of Main Street, or is that widening restricted to the frontage of the subject property? The other question relates to the shadowing. I noticed that the shadowing has been taken into account in terms of the residential properties, but having formerly lived on the second floor of that property for quite a while, and it's only recently become commercial, I am concerned about the impact on our property about the shadow, and it's not addressed there in the report. The next question relates to the architectural integrity of the whole neighborhood and the historic Drummondville plan. I was there at the public meetings relating to that plan, and I was one of the ones that initiated that the project be extended to include this, to make a continuity between the envisioned restoration of Ferry and Main and make it continuous with the medical developments. And I don't see that this towering mass will necessarily give a similar effect like Niagara on the Lake or that kind of historic thing that we're trying to, I think, when I went to those public meetings, we were trying to move towards. So I would support 6 to 8 stories. I think I understand there's issues that you have to be cost effective and get, commercial viability. But my other question to staff is, when the applicant had indicated that it's not commercially viable to have fewer units, have actual projected budget guidelines been submitted to support that lack of feasibility? Because I believe that if they're eligible for $20,000 per unit, that's $2,020,000 in subsidies per residential unit, and I have no idea what the whole budget is. So I think that the building that's alluded to, the Park Plaza building on Ferry, that is in clearly a commercial area. This is apart from that area, and it's not related to the surrounding buildings. I think the Portage building has been alluded to, the professional building, and I think that's more in line with the community that currently exists. And I can see in the future that if the rest of the homes get torn down and we have development, that it will move towards possibly 10-story buildings. But right now, I don't think it fits with the surroundings. So I'm in support of the whole project. I think it's a great project, and I think it's a great niche that would be served, that we need more and more housing for seniors, and I think it's a wonderful addition to the community. But these are my specific concerns, if the staff and council could address them.
Good, thank you, Ms. Daniels. We'll see if we can get some answers for you. Mr. Burden, you want to address the financial impact, please, and qualify the grant situation that we're talking about?
Your Worship, there was reference to a revitalization grant program that does refer to our TIF program. That's a program for tax relief. There was also a residential loan program. It's not a grant program. It's enabled to up to $20,000 per unit. It is an interest-free loan, and it is repayable to the city. And you are quite correct. It could be up to as much as $2 million in a interest-free loan.
But it's repayable back? Okay. And Mr. Herlovich, are you comfortable in answering some of the other questions, or would you like the proponent to answer them for you?
She was concerned about the driveway. You can actually see the driveway. It doesn't actually depict the driveway. There is a small landscape strip. The majority of the deliveries would actually be coming in at the south end of the building. The delivery trucks would actually go underneath the porte cochere. There's really not a way of delivering to the back of the building from the north driveway. So it would largely be the cars for the residents of the building, the attending physicians, visitors to the building would be using that north driveway. I don't know whether that reassures you. So again, this drawing, so your property is immediately to the north, the vacant white area that's shown here. So that by and large, that driveway to the north is going to be for cars and not delivery vehicles. So I don't know if that addresses your concern. I believe the drawings that were submitted by, I don't have them here, for shadows, that would show that there would be shadows onto the property to the north, onto your property, because, of course, the sun moves east to west, and so shining from the south, there are going to be shadows on the property. However, because we saw the property as being used for commercial purposes, we didn't see it affecting the property in the same way as we did the residential dwellings, looking at gardens and outdoor recreational uses of the residents. So we didn't see that as having the same kind of impact.
Widening of Main Street?
The widening of Main Street, yes, the official plan does identify a 10-foot widening, 5 feet wider on each side. We take those widenings at the time of redevelopment. So we would take our 5-foot widening for this project, and should anybody to the north or south develop their property in the future, we would take the 5-foot widening at that time, and then work that into the plans at the time that Main Street's rebuilt. I don't know whether there's anything on the books as to a timeline, but we collect the widening at the time that redevelopment occurs.
Sorry, could you clarify that? So will there be 5-foot ingress into my property?
If you redevelop your property, the city will ask for a 5-foot widening off the front of your property.
But at the current use of it, it will not.
That's right. No. Okay. And then one further point, the architectural integrity of the plan in conjunction with the historic Drummondville. Okay. Thank you.
The other question was relating to the feasibility of it not being possible to have it fewer units. I think that's mentioned on page.
I think the proponent can answer that question as well. So we'll ask that question as well.
Okay. So I guess my just final point would be, I think that this is a great project, and we're glad it's coming, and I think the height should be shorter than what is currently proposed, 6 to 8 feet. Thank you very much. Not feet, stories. Thank you
very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the proponent who wishes to speak? Anyone other than the proponent who wishes to speak at this time? And having seen none, we'll call the proponent or his agent to come forward, please.
How are you? Your Worship, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Peter Lesdow. I'm the architect for this project, and I will also be introducing Dr. Vaccaro, our client, who will also be making a presentation to you tonight. There is little to add to Mr. Herlovich's presentation in support of this application. A lot of work was done to develop the design with respect to our client's program and its integration as a built form into the site. The result is one which successfully balances many issues and makes sense from several different viewpoints, as expressed by the support of all the departments of the City of Niagara Falls and region. Concerns have been raised from some of the neighbors, which is such the case. It's normal considering they have a vested interest in the development of their area. There are 4 letters which we're aware of, not 3, that have been submitted. One is from Mr. and Mrs. Gus Crescenza, Mr. Guy Prada, Mrs. Barbara Allen, and Ms. Toya Jethan, which was submitted today. Hers was submitted today. And we've sympathized or been sympathetic with their concerns, and in response, we provide the following planning rationale for this proposed site plan, as well as changes we have already made to the plans to address their concerns. Concern 1 was the delivery and receiving off of Summer Street. As mentioned several times, this has been deleted, and delivery and receiving shall be off of Main Street, as the updated site plan shows on Schedule 2 of your handout. Letters from Mr. and Mrs. Crescenzi, Mr. Guy Prada, and Ms. Toya Jethan, neighbors most affected by this, are in support of this solution. The concern 2, The buffer zone along the residents' property line to the east. In the interim from our original submission, we have reworked the original site plan, and the updated site plan shows continuous landscaping all along the residential properties to the east. The minimum width is 5 feet, a very acceptable standard, with the majority of landscaping being significantly more. It should also be noted that at the site plan agreement stage of this development, a minimum of a 6-foot-high continuous board-on-board fence would also be incorporated to provide further privacy and buffering. Any concerns the neighbors may previously have had have been addressed. The third concern, adequate parking for residences as well as visitors. We are not requesting for any parking variances with respect to the reduction of parking from council. The parking provided on site for this proposal meets the City of Niagara Falls parking standards as outlined by city staff. Therefore, there should be not any issue with respect to their concerns. And I can add to that, we've done a number of retirement homes, and the standard of Niagara Falls, I would say, is probably higher than what we found in some other municipalities. The fourth concern was drainage. In Mr. Prater's letter, he had a concern about the site drainage and its effect on the properties in the area. At the site plan agreement stage, we would welcome him to be involved as his letter requests. In order to address Mr. Prater's concern, our site servicing engineer, Mr. John Conlon of Avalon Engineering, will prepare a drainage site plan to be reviewed by the City of Niagara Falls Municipal Works Department to ensure the drainage on the site will not adversely affect the surrounding neighbors. The fifth concern is location or relocation of the swimming pool to the north of the site. That's I picked up that on Mr. and Mrs. Gus's Crescenzi's letter. Moving the swimming pool in the vicinity of the north parking lot would create several major problems with respect to the planning of the site and floor plans, which include currently there's an existing relationship between the outdoor pool and indoor change rooms, as well as a Florida room which opens directly onto the pool deck. Their relationship would be totally lost if the pool were moved. The second issue is parking to the north would be significantly reduced to allow for the pool, surrounding deck, and landscaping. And three, the pool, where it is located, at least gets the morning sun. If it were located to the north side, it would lose most of its potential for any sun. Considering those facts, review of the site plan clearly shows the swimming pool is at the back of the Crescenzi's property, abutting only 22 feet of their rear property line. The proposed design abutting their property on the west side is completely landscaped except for the parking access for 2 cars which already exists. The current pool location on the site plan should in no way hamper the Crescenzi's enjoyment of their backyard, considering its limited length of property abutting the pool area, which is at the very rear of their property, and that it will be screened by a minimum of a 6-foot-high privacy fence. Now, the major issue that everyone has brought here tonight, because I've hit on every concern that everyone has had, is the building height. In the development of this design, many parameters needed to be considered, including the client's needs with respect to space requirements, which meet the client's functional needs for this building, as well as the financial considerations for operations. The result is the building and its size, which we are presenting to council this evening. It's easy to say I would like the building heights to be reduced. However, it has a major impact onto the viability of the project and its operations, which Dr. Vaccaro will address later. If one were to say, reduce the building by 2 floors as suggested in Mr. Prater's letter, where would these floors come from? It can't come from the amenity areas. They're required regardless of the number of units you have in the building. The 2 floors can only come from the floors with the units on them. It would mean a reduction of 24 units from the 102 units, or approximately 25% of the incoming revenue needed for operations. Also, if you were to reduce the building by 2 floors, you only reduce its height by 17 feet 4 inches. In reality, this would only provide a small appreciable difference, considering the building height to be at the roof peaks of approximately 120 feet. Again, it is easy to say I would like the building height reduced and to provide no evidence in support of them saying it to be reduced. The facts are the 10-story height that's presented tonight is supported by your planning staff. Sun and shadow studies show no adverse effects with respect to the 10-story building height and adjacent properties. A planning justification report was prepared by Allison Enns, a planner for Upper Canada Consultants, and it supports a 10-story building height. And the final fact is that the region has provided no objection with respect to changing the official plan from 6 stories to 10 stories for this project in this area. With that said, considering the parameters of the building size and the concerns raised, the question is, what did the architects do in response to address the building's height and mass? Well, we did everything we know possible to give the impression of a reduced mass, which includes a change of materials and colors. The building itself it has a series of, the lower 4 floors are built with stone, and then the material changes to a brick material, and then at the top of the building there's another color change of material that happens. So rather than seeing one monolithic color, you see a series of material changes and colors and banding which help bring down its massing. One of the things too the plan really doesn't show, but the perspective shows, if you look at that on the rear elevation, there's a lot of undulation that we've created within very, very tight sight, which also breaks down the mass, as opposed to having one big long continuous walls. There are balcony projections, parts come back. If you notice that also there's a podium on the lower section of the building, where the tower section of the building sits on this podium, which is 1 to 2 stories, and then as the building becomes higher, the building recesses back from the property lines. You'll also note that in terms of the skyline and the block massing of the building, we've introduced roof features which undulate and they go up and down, which further help in terms of the building's mass and giving it a better sense of proportion and scale to the area. All of these design concepts have contributed to the aesthetic value of this building, and they will provide an architecturally pleasing development within this area. Council should note that 3 of the 4 letters provided stated that in their concerns, if their concerns were addressed, they would be supportive of this project, and you've heard that from several other people that have made presentations. And the way we look at it, why wouldn't they not support this project, which is ideally suited to this area with respect to its proximity to the hospital, medical offices. The bus transit is right in front of it, and it's across the street from Coronation Center and other seniors development. This project, if Council so decides to pass, will provide a building second to none in our area, a beautiful facility seniors of Niagara Falls can call home. This project will also help revitalize and provide a long-needed enhancement of Main Street along this area. With that said, if there's any questions.
Okay, Councillor Fisher, we did have your one question with regard to the ownership and the age. Is that the question you were going to present?
I also would like to ask you.
Good to see you.
Square feet per unit.
Square foot per unit, they're as low as 600, and they go as high as 850 approximately. And you'll find generally on the market, this particular type of unit is what's marketed, what we've researched in other areas.
I understand that part.
Okay.
Now that you told me. I wasn't sure if it was 1150 or what.
Oh, no. And they're also we... Exactly.
I asked earlier the question, will they be ownership by a firm or ownership by individuals?
That particular question, I'll leave that Dr. Vaquero to answer that for you. I think
that's rather important.
That's very important, yes.
This here, all these documents, and I have over 11 of them that have been signed, our report says retirement home for seniors. This says young, middle-aged, and older seniors. What are we doing?
I'll tell you how I see it. When planning looks at a project, they look at it from the perspective of an as-built building and its use. Like, people are occupying it whether they're 50 years old or they're 80 years old. It's a unit and it has these amenities in it. The actual working or details from the financial aspect or ownership, those are things that the public doesn't see with respect to the building and how it functions, so it's really not a concern of theirs.
The square feet that you told me tells me a story.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, I have a wee bit of experience.
You have a lot of experience.
That's important, but I'm going to want the other answers also.
Yes, it's best that the owner. Good to see you too.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Lesdell? Okay, could we have Dr. Vaquero come forward then, please?
Okay.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, everybody. As I've been already introduced, my name is Nick Vaquero, Your Worship, council members. There have been many paradigms painted of this picture, and it's nice to finally have the opportunity to come up and address the questions that are being asked and to be able to provide with you the paradigm that I would like to provide to you so that you can truly appreciate what this building is all about. Because until now, it's been presented as simply a seniors building. And this building is far, far more than a seniors building, as I'm going to explain as we move along this. The purpose of my presentation will be threefold. One, I would like to provide an overview, a brief overview, and this is just some slides from my PowerPoint presentation, and I've edited considerably to appreciate your time and not to belabor you with a lot of information, of the Renaissance Retirement Suites development. And I want you to understand clearly what the function of this building is in my presentation. And if there's any questions after I'm finished, I would please ask that you ask them. Two, I'd like to explain the rationale and the need for the height requested. I mean, there's not a person that I've spoken to that hasn't said, oh, what a wonderful project. Can you make it 6 to 8 stories instead? And, we didn't pick 10 stories from the sky, as much as it seems like we may have. There's a strong rationale why we need the 10 stories, and I'll explain that. And three, I'd like to address the concerns of the letters of objections that you received, and also I'd like to make council and everyone here aware of all the letters of support from every single doctor and every single businessman that's been on Main Street, and 85% of the residents of Banker Street who are directly affected, of which you have a letter of support in your file, and hopefully you have, and if you don't, I'd be happy to provide that to you. Those are the people that I think are most directly affected, and although there's people here that are 2 and 3 blocks away that have expressed concerns, and I appreciate them, and it's their prerogative to do so, I think that the people directly in front of me, directly behind me, and directly beside me are the people that are most affected. So let's start with point number 1 and talk about the Renaissance Retirement Suites and what this vision is. As the lady, Mrs. Allen, stated, I did talk to her, and I did say that this has been a project that we've been looking to develop for 20 years. And why? Because of its location. And the aging baby boomers that are going to start to come. There could be a huge need for retirement homes in our communities. But a retirement home, as I've studied and toured and looked over the last 10 years, is one thing. What we're providing is something dramatically different. And the dramatic difference that we provide for this retirement home is what causes the need for the height that we're talking about. And I'll explain that as we go. The Renaissance Retirement Suite specializes in lifestyle enhancement through multi-dimensional functional restoration for young, middle-aged, and older seniors. And I'll answer that question for you, because it's interesting, what is a senior? Is a senior 52? I mean, I joined the Coordination Center 2 years ago. I'm a senior, right? So, yeah. No. 50, okay. But young and middle-aged seniors, that's a new term that's developed in the literature that talks about the 3 different age groups of seniors. At one time, you reach 65, you're old. Well, now you reach 65, you're a young senior, right? And then the middle-aged senior goes from 65 to 75. And then the older senior is 85 to 95. So our life expectancy has grown so much over the last few years that you actually can take the senior category and break it up into 3 categories now. It's not just the young, the middle-aged, and the old. It's the young, the middle-aged, the young seniors, the old middle-aged seniors, and the older seniors, as I've defined. 65 to 70, 75, 75 to 80, 80, 85, and then beyond that is the older seniors. So hopefully that answers your question as to... No? So the senior ages is divided now into younger, middle-aged, and older seniors. The Renaissance Retirement Suite specializes in lifestyle enhancement through multi-dimensional functional restoration. I'm going to explain a little bit about that as we move along. Can I go to the next slide, please? Whoever is controlling that, or do I have control of that?
No, we're right here.
Oh. Obviously, I won't stay long on this. The location is fabulous. It's directly across from the Coronation Center, which is a city-sponsored senior recreation facility, and seconds away from the new hospital emergency center, which is state-of-the-art. And if I was a senior, that's someplace that I'd like to be close to is the emergency room. Can we go to the next slide, please? The Renaissance Retirement Suites offers innovation through the MEPS Lifestyle Enhancement Program. And what that is a multidimensional functional restoration program specializing in mental, emotional, physical, and social functional restoration for our seniors. It is no secret that as we all get older, and as the people earlier talked to about, we all suffer arthritis, we start to get chronic illnesses and disease, diabetes, heart conditions, osteoporosis, degenerative arthritis. All of those chronic illnesses and diseases affect all of us, but more so as we become seniors. The MEPS Lifestyle Program is a highly comprehensive, objective intake assessment with biannual outcome assessments. If you look at the Ministry of Health and what they're trying to do is they're trying to base healthcare on outcome data. It's one thing to say that you're doing something. It's another thing to prove that you're doing what you say you're doing. So what we do and what our intention is to do in this building is to have the people come into our facility, provide baseline data with gold standard testing in paper and pencil tests for the mental, social, and emotional questionnaires, and in the physical questionnaires do objective and valid, which are very key terms and that are important in research, because our intention is to do a lot of research out of this building, is to provide objective and valid data on the outcomes. Our goal is to have someone come in, and 1 year later they'll be chronologically older, but 2 or 3 years younger physiologically, and to be able to provide the data at the end of the year to say, here you are. When someone comes into our assessment, and I'll stay with physical rehabilitation because that's a lot simpler for most people to understand, they'll have a cardiac stress test so we can baseline them on what their maximum oxygen capacity is. We'll do postural evaluation. We'll do balance testing. We'll do strength testing. We'll do coordination and proprioceptive testing. Those will all be done with gold standard testing that we will baseline that person and start a medical file for them so that we know what their status is when they come in. Our goal is to take a senior who walks in a little bit like this, who's a little bit forward stooped and losing their balance.
Sorry, Mr. Behario.
Is there something I can help you with?
I need to go to the washroom. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. Is to take a senior who comes in, baseline what their arthritic condition is, baseline what their heart capacity is, baseline what their balance and proprioception is, and then take those data, custom design a program for them that is going to reduce and change their situation so that their posture is straighter, their balance is better, their lower body strength and upper body strength is better. And what's that do? It takes away from the likelihood of an injury or further progressing deterioration. One of the biggest problems with seniors is that as they get older, they lose their balance and they lose their strength. And as a result, they're more likely to fall, fracture a hip, and then when they fall and fracture a hip, the likelihood of death is quick. I mean, you've got a high likelihood of passing away after a fractured hip. If we can take away the potential for that by improving their balance, their coordination, their flexibility, their strength, their heart capacity, then we're doing a tremendous thing. That is called functional restoration. You can do that physically, mentally, emotionally, and socially. Now, it's one thing to have this program that's great, but then you know what? If you don't have the facility to implement the programs, you're toast. You can't do anything about it. So what the Renaissance Retirement Suites is, it's an innovative facility that combines state-of-the-art medical facilities and rehabilitative facilities and recreational facilities for the social and emotional benefit of the people, all in the comfort of their new home, because this is going to be their home. And all of the facilities that we're talking about are for the residences, including the medical facilities that we're talking about. There will be one facility, one doctor's office, who is going to move into here, and that would be for a cardiologist who will move into the facility, and he will see outside patients, but he will also see the residents of the facility. All the other staff is for the residents of the facility. So we don't envision a lot of people coming to this site and creating traffic other than the one doctor who is going to be seeing his patients. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what's it take to do what we're talking about? It's a great program. I mean, if you research it and look at it, who can argue with functional restoration, making people healthier, stronger, emotionally more able, balanced? But what's it take? It's going to take a cardiologist who is going to be there on site, so when we do our cardiac rehab programs, in case they have any problems, they can walk down the hall and have that angina addressed. It's going to take chiropractors to assess spinal biomechanics and improve their health, certified strength and conditioning specialists and trainers who are going to implement the rehabilitation programs, a naturopath to implement the nutraceutical programs that we're going to implement. Because if you're aware, for every chronic illness and disease, whether it be diabetes, osteoporosis, heart conditions, there are many nutraceutical supplementations that you can provide to people that will dramatically improve that condition of chronic illness and disease. So we need specialists to do that. There's going to be registered nurses on staff, physiotherapists, dietitians, social and spiritual counselors, and additional visiting professionals that are too many to get into. Let me go to the next slide, please. Just as an example of one of the things that can be done, and I won't go on to all of them, but for people that have heart conditions, and there's probably quite a few people that are going to develop heart conditions, research done by Louis Ignarro, who's a PhD winner of the 1998 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, on his research in nitric oxide. You can combine certain amino acids in your diet in conjunction with vitamins, and this is his research, that will show that you can boost nitric oxide, which is a gas in your blood, and it will lower your blood pressure by up to 60%. It'll shed platelets and inhibit dangerous clots. It'll reduce arterial plaque by 50%. It'll lower your cholesterol by 20%. That's only one of the nutraceutical supplementations that we're envisioning for our residents as part of their customized program for the people of the residence. Next slide, please. So when you look at it, you know, in addition to the Renaissance architecture, which you can see in the building here, and I think that Peter's done an incredible job. And by the way, that's the rear of the building, what everyone's going to be looking at that is sort of concerned about what they're looking at. I think it's quite a beautiful building, and you know, I think I'd be quite comfortable looking at that. There are on-site medical facilities. 50% of the main floor is for the rehabilitation programs for the seniors to implement the programs that we're talking about. The other 50% of the main floor is for staff and for cooking and laundry and so on and so forth. There's an innovative, uniquely designed exercise and rehabilitation area. And if you look at it, and I'll show you on the slide, it's that circular area that's on the rendering that's over at the back, and I'll bring that up again. And that's going to be a state-of-the-art rehabilitation area that's just off the clinical space for the residents. Separate climate-controlled men's and women's change rooms with infrared saunas to help with the arthritic conditions that many of these people will suffer. Extensive common areas located in the penthouse on the 10th floor. And by the way, the 10th floor is all amenities. The main floor is all services. The second floor has got studio units that are going to be designed for support with personal support workers and nursing personal support workers and nurses for people that need respite care when they're not able to become independent and functional. There's 3 of the 10 floors gone. Okay? So that leaves 7 floors of the units that we're talking about. There's a dining room with a panoramic view on the top floor, and there's extensive use of aquariums throughout this building so that we can create that nice, relaxing atmosphere for the residents. There's a spectacular multifunction room that is going to be addressed so that you can have meetings and functions and so on and so forth. Libraries, games and interactive sports rooms, a meditation room when you want to be by yourself and seek some spiritual guidance or some spiritual oneness with your being. a 45-seat surround sound theater for people so they can be entertained, but also so that we can provide lectures from renowned speakers such as Anthony Robbins, Stephen Covey, Dale Carnegie, who will define and help us with principles of living, that will try to educate and help people learn about what it is to live, and how to live better so that we can improve their lifestyle. There's a gourmet kitchen with private dining room for private parties. There's a lot of amenities that are in this building that are necessary to provide the atmosphere and the programs that we want to provide. Next slide, please. This is the front of the building. You saw an earlier version of the architectural rendering earlier, and I believe it's an incredibly gorgeous building. Peter's done a fabulous job. I said, Peter, please design something with a Renaissance feel to it, something that's going to blend into the historic nature of the area, and something that's going to be extremely attractive for the area. Next slide, please. From the north view, there is the entrance into the parking lot. And the service, as we described earlier, will not be into that area. It's on the south end. So we will not be disturbing any of the residents or Dr. Huck, who, by the way, has written us an incredible letter of recommendation. I was surprised when I found that there were any concerns, because I can read the letter of recommendation, and he highly endorses it, and it's in your files that you can read yourself. So, there should be any concerns from that perspective. Next slide, please. And this is the rear of the building. And the rear of the building, again, is extremely beautiful. Again, Peter's done an incredible job with the rounded, curved area for the exercise area, the lighted areas, the rooftop. The aesthetics are just spectacular and beautiful. And I think that the City of Niagara Falls should be incredibly supportive of a project of this nature. So, again, that's basically, now you start to understand that this is far more than just an apartments complex for seniors to live into. The multidimensional functional restoration that we anticipate is going to require 3 of the 10 floors in order to implement this. We're planning to do long-term research on this building. My intention is to speak with several of the people that I'm familiar with at Brock University and create a long-term study to prove that the aging process can be slowed down and to provide objective and valid data that what we're doing is actually what we're saying. And again, this would be the gold standard, if we can go back to that, please. This would be the gold standard that the Ministry of Health should endorse fully, because again, the ministry has to be tired of pumping out billions of dollars in healthcare dollars for services that are not guaranteed to provide objective and valid positive outcomes. This is the standard, the gold standard of retirement homes for the future. I researched this for 20 years. And yes, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I did put the property up for sale. Why? Because I got tired of sitting and begging and waiting. Can I buy your abandoned house next door, please, so I can do a development, because you need to have a minimal threshold. Finally, last year, Danny Maida and his family decided to sell us the additional 2 houses that we purchased, and it gave us the minimum threshold of land to be able to do what we wanted to do. We approached the last house on the corner, because we would like to have bought the last house on the corner, and with that additional site, that additional corner that we offered 25 to 30% above market value, we would have been able to contain this building to 8 stories. And actually, Peter designed this building at 8 stories with that corner lot. And I presented that to Mr. Prada, and Mr. Prada was fully supportive of that project, and that's why he came to the conclusion that 8 stories was great. Unfortunately, when I tried to buy the corner lot, and the lady came back with, actually through an intermediary, because I didn't have the privilege of speaking directly, and the fee that was asked for that corner lot was so exorbitant that I said, you know what, I'm keeping my children for myself, and I'm not going to give them to you. And you know what, Peter? Design it without that corner lot and see what you can do. And in order to meet the minimum critical threshold of units, which is approximately 100 units, we had to go those additional 2 floors. And it's all residential, because the services in the first, second, and third floors are the same. So we had to provide 2 more floors of residential units to meet that critical threshold. Not so much because of the cost of land assembly, which was told earlier, which was very expensive as well too, because when you're trying to assemble land and the interior of the city, everyone wants the maximum dollar that they can get, but because of the services that we're going to provide. I cannot provide that service, that gold key standard that is going to be a starship and a flagship for the city of Niagara Falls that will be unparalleled from anywhere in Ontario without having at least 100 units to amortize the cost of all those services for the people. And, no one will deny that it's a great innovative project, but innovation without value goes nowhere, and it's a recipe for disaster from a business perspective. You have to bring this in at a value that people can afford. And all the numbers and crunching that we've done, in order to bring it in at a value, at a cost that can be affordable to the people of our community, we need 100 units to be able to do this. More would be better, but God, I would not ask for more than 10 stories. But that's how the numbers come to 10 stories. Not because we want a 10-story building all of a sudden. It's because it's the minimum threshold of units that we are needed to do this. As far as the residents of the areas go, and I'll address this last concern, I have, and as you have in your files, letters of support from every single business and every single doctor, Dr. Palmer, Dr. Huck, Dr. Dargavel, Dr. Coyne, Dr. Beaumont, Dr. Kerr. I mean, every single doctor on that street has given me a letter of support saying, what a wonderful project, we want this. Ream, every single business on Main Street. So they're totally in support of this project. And then the people that are most affected, Banker Street, I went to Banker Street because I noticed. And why I didn't approach Mrs. Allen sooner is because I had 2 neighborhood meetings. And at those 2 neighborhood meetings, I sent out letters to everybody. I said, if there's any concerns or any questions, please come to the neighborhood meeting so we can address them as a group. I want to work with the neighbors. I don't want to fight with the neighbors. They're my neighbors. But you know how many people showed up? Only a handful. And so I figured, well, no one's showing up. Everyone must be okay. No, I find out through, again, Mr. Prada, thank you, Mr. Prada, for informing me that there's a petition going around. And I said, well, what do you mean a petition? Well, there's a petition going around that there's people opposed to the building. Well, that's news to me. I didn't know anything about a petition. I thought everyone was in support of this. So what did I do? I took Labor Day weekend, and I went to the houses on Banker Street, which are the ones that are most affected, and I started to knock on doors. And lo and behold, I find out that they all had the wrong paradigm. They all thought this was going to be a rental property, 10-story block building that's going to be ugly and rental and who knows what this and that and everything else. So I took the time, and I took 2 days, and I met with those people, and I explained what our concept is. I explained what the intention is. I explained the gold standards of the rehabilitation programs that we're providing for them. And you know what? I have a letter that's signed, a letter of support that's signed by 80% of the people on Banker Street. The people that originally signed the petition against it turned around and signed my letter of support now because they said, what a beautiful project. And you know what? 10 stories isn't bad, as Dorothy says. I think it's only a blink of an eye. And can you tell the difference between 90 feet or 110 feet? I don't think so. And if the city council supports it and the city staff supports it, then I support it as well too. And you know, I've got signatures from all 80% of the people on Banker Street. The only people that didn't sign is Mrs. Allen, her neighbor, and one person who, you know, I wouldn't answer his door, but who was complaining about the backyard garbage that was there, called city council to have it cleaned up, and you know, I have reports from neighborhood people that it was him who actually put the garbage there in the first place, and then he called the city to have it cleaned up, and I have witnesses on that. So, but you know what? I paid the $500, cleaned it up, didn't say boo because I don't want to cause any problems, and my intention is, you know what? It's going to be redeveloped very shortly anyway, and it's going to be all beautifully landscaped with beautiful trees and beautiful fences. And what, 3 or 4 months? You know, in the letter there says there's dirt that's been piled there. I'm doing a huge renovation at my house. Because I thought that we might need some additional soil or anything like that, I put 6 tandems of dirt there so that they would be there when we started our renovation. In case we needed it, I wouldn't have to go and buy it. So it's been there for a few months. So I didn't think that anyone would be concerned about, you know, a little bit of dirt on my land. So, you know, the neighbors have these concerns, and I can understand, and everyone is entitled to have their opinions. But if you understand what the intention of this project is, it's not just simply a housing project. It is a state-of-the-art, gold standard, rehabilitation, multidimensional facility that I think will make Niagara Falls proud, create the gold standard for our community, and create the gold standard for retirement homes throughout Ontario and Canada. And that's the story that I have for everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaquero. I think there's still one question with regard to the ownership that you haven't addressed yet.
Absolutely, and I thank you for that question. The ownership of this corporation is a corporation. The corporation is primarily owned by myself, Dr. Poligado, who is my partner, and Dominic DeLella from Centennial Construction, who is also our partner, and the person who is making this whole project viable for us from an actual development perspective.
And the tenancy arrangement that you have?
And the tenancy arrangement is going to be a life lease where the people come in, they will purchase a life lease. For a one-bedroom unit, they'll pay something like $165,000. That money will put into deposit, it'll be bonded and insured for the people when they decide to move out, and then they will pay a monthly fee. What that does, this building is an extraordinarily expensive building to build, an extraordinarily expensive building to operate. So it's a way of creating value and a way of lowering the cost so that the entry level to this building can be affordable to the general public and not only to the rich few. They will pay that life lease. When they move out, that money is refunded to the individual and the unit comes back to the corporation, and it's not transferable from a tenant to a tenant, directly back to us.
Thank you for that explanation. Just one other little comment I would like to make to you.
Please, thank you.
I did meet you at Mr. Prada's, if you remember.
Yes, I did. You were there. We spoke very briefly, but I was shooed away, so I left.
Yes, you were shooed away. I sat on the board of the Coronation 50 for about 15 years. And why is it called Coronation 50? Because they decided that no one wanted to be called a senior. So I don't care what age they are. And I know what I am, and I'm not a senior.
Sure.
I'm sure there's a few more around here. They're not a senior. We're very active, very involved, and we're never going to be a senior. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And you know what? And if this facility is going to be designed to allow you to be active and functional, the key word is functional, into your 60s, 70s, and 80s.
So where will I be, young, middle-aged, or old?
You are what's called a young senior. No senior.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's see if there's any other questions, members of council.
Please.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, it's probably the first time I've ever wanted to move a motion for approval just because of the length of the presentation. Anyway, my question is very simple. I'm fascinated with your project and what you're attempting to do here. Is there another model? Where did this? How did this whole concept? Where was it conceived? What you're attempting to do here is just a wonderful idea for seniors' health and longevity and training. And where did the concept come from?
The concept comes from years of experience and years of research. You know, there's the Academy, the American Council on Sports Medicine has a book that's called Exercise Prescription for Individuals with Chronic Illness and Disease. At one time when you had arthritis or diabetes or certain conditions that were detrimental to your health, people were not told, oh, go home and rest, you know, don't do anything. There is a specific exercise program regardless of what condition that you have. And that is the functional restoration of older people, is the paradigm of the future, because for every year that we can keep them younger, we defer healthcare costs drastically. The number of people, if I can avoid hip surgeries, if I can avoid cardiac surgeries, if I can avoid diabetes cases, we can lower your blood sugar, we can lower your improve your osteoporosis, we can improve your balance so you don't trip and fall and you have to have a surgery. And in conjunction with this facility as well, too, the second floor is designed to provide respite care for someone that does have surgery at the hospital and they're occupying a bed. We can take them into our facility because we have the amenities and the professional staff to take care of those people, and we can free up a hospital bed for someone that really needs it. This is a tremendous project for the community.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions of the doctor? Yes, Councillor Maves.
Yes, Your Worship, I get several questions. I'm looking at 102 units, and I still don't know whether they're classified as owners. I know they're going to be seniors or junior seniors or whatever you're going to call them. Residents, are they patients? The majority of them patients?
Every single person who enters into this building will be asked to participate in the MEPS functional rehabilitation program. But it's only the people that are living there. And so the services that I'm describing will be for those people. They will mandate that they take an intake assessment so that we can baseline them. And one of the things that we'll do is we'll have two factions going, those that participate and those that don't. And then we'll retest them, and we'll do a sample data on both population bases and see who's doing well and who's not. So there will be patients, not patients, so to speak, as you describe it, but patients, there will be people who will receive these services who live there. It's not meant for outside people, it's meant for the residents.
Okay, is it the building going to be smoking or non-smoking? Or and I'm not joking about that either. I'm thinking we had a fire hazard at Cavendish Manor, which was only 2 or 3 stories, and we're going to go 10 stories here. You got older people that are going to be smoking, and I can see a fire hazard here too with 10 stories. I'm a little worried about that. So
can I address that?
Sure. That's why I asked it.
Absolutely. It is our intention to have an absolutely non-smoking building, because smoking is probably one of the worst things that you can do for your health, and it will accelerate your path to the end real fast. So we will promote and mandate a non-smoking facility, and if they wish to smoke, then perhaps we may allow outside the building, but I'm not too keen on that because I'm pretty dead against smoking. And just so that you're aware first, the building will be sprinklered as well too, so that we want safety is a #1 concern.
Okay, you mentioned clinics. How many clinics are you going to have in there? For instance, how many doctors?
One, Dr. Zemakis will have his medical facility in there. He's an internist cardiologist who...
He's here.
Oh, he's here? Okay, good.
Okay. Any other type of doctor? Is your office going to be in there? Is your partner's office?
We're pretty well to the stage where our sole focus will be to take care of the people that are in the building, and that is our intention.
But you will have an office there. Will you be servicing your patients there as well?
I'm not completely certain. My intention is not to service, because my intention is to provide and focus on the building itself. That is, I think, the key purpose. And the units that are there will be primarily for the residents of the people, the residents of the facility.
Will there be any chiropractors in there?
Myself will be there to take care of the residents of the people.
Now, what I'm getting at is I know that for a fact that when you go to a chiropractic clinic and they said 3 cars per operator, and I know for a fact you can have 3 patients in getting massage therapy on their back with these electronic machines, and another 3 or 4 sitting in the waiting room. So I'm wondering, really, is that sufficient parking? Maybe Mr. Hurlovich can answer that question for me. Is that sufficient parking?
Okay, Councilor Mays, I'll just see. Mr. Hurlovich, can you address that?
What I'm hearing from Dr. Vaccaro is the people who are receiving treatment are going to be living in the building, so in essence the same parking that they would have are the spaces. So I'm hearing that there aren't going to be outside people coming in, so that's what I'm understanding. What our bylaw requires is 1 parking space.
3 parking per doctor.
That's right. And so if there's 1 doctor in the building, then there's 3 spaces required.
So the swimming pool there again, a swimming pool again would be just for the residents only, and not for therapy for any chiropractic patients?
No. The swimming pool is...
So you won't have people coming there as a health club to go...
No.
I'm quite concerned about the number of parking spots. I'm concerned about the size of the property, the height of the building, and everything else. And so this is of great concern to me.
The building itself it's a home. It's a resident.
It's not a health center for
No, not at all. No, it's not meant to be servicing or a health club for outside people. No, it's for the residents of the building.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Dr. Vaccaro? Yes, Councillor Diodati.
Yes, Your Worship. To Mr. Vaccaro, are the services that are going to be on site complimentary to the people who live there, or will they be paying for those services?
Complimentary. Other than physiotherapy will be paid by OHIP, as is allowed by all other retirement homes and nursing homes, et cetera, et cetera. OHIP will pay for the services, but there will be, it's an all-inclusive package, so that when you come, you pay your monthly fee. It includes the services, includes your meals, your taxes, your utilities. I mean, it's carte blanche, all-inclusive, 1 low monthly fee, and that's the purpose.
Okay, any other questions, members of council, those present? Any from the gallery haven't had their questions answered? Alrighty, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. In the pleasure of council. Councillor Thompson?
Yes. Well, I have to tell you that when I initially studied this over the weekend, I had no idea of the type of facility that was going in here, and I have to say that without exception, I'm really impressed with the amount of work, with the architecture, with everything that has been presented here tonight. And I can tell by your enthusiasm and what you're attempting to relay to council that this is, without exception, going to be a rare and unique facility. I believe that the recommendations of the planning staff, they have vetted all of the concerns, and the provincial government actually mandates now that we provide multi-units to reach a certain category and a percentage of the amount of development within the built-up area. And this is why today you see a development like this where the staff is recommending a 10-story facility, where in the past that probably would not happen. So I think that you've gone a long way in answering the questions that I was concerned about. It would be very easy for me to say, well, I think that this should be 8 stories. Well, listening to your presentation, 8 stories would probably kill the project.
It'll kill it.
And we would be sitting around with a vacant field and the deterioration. Certainly, Main Street is an area that is crying out for redevelopment. It's in the city's own CIP improvement plan area. So I know that there are a few people who have some concerns about this, but I would suggest that they be permitted to be involved in the site planning, and I'm sure that you and your people will do everything to try to accommodate them with respect to making sure that their concerns are alleviated. And with that comment, I would think it was an actual pleasure for me to move the adoption of this facility, and think that it's going to be a tremendous asset to this community.
Thank you for your comments.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carrion. Yes, would like to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm certainly torn on this one between 8 and 10 stories. I went over and spent some time with the neighbors on Sunday, and I think what's turned me in favor of voting for the 10 stories, when I talked to the neighbors, they were telling me that they would support 8 stories. But there's not a lot of difference between 8 and 10 stories. If they'll support 8 stories, why would we not support the project at 10 stories? I built a project like this on Lundy's Lane, and 100 units was the magical number then to make it a successful project, and I didn't have nearly the amenities in my project that this project has. So, mind you, I didn't have the forgiveness on the development charges and the tax structure either. So, but I think that Mr. Vaccaro and the architect and the proponents are telling the truth. They need 10-story or 100 units to make this project work. I don't see how else they can get it on the land without building 10 stories. I certainly sympathize with the neighbors. They can build a 6-story commercial building on this site right now. I had that discussion with the neighbors as well. Would they rather have a 6-story commercial development of I don't know what quality or what nature, or would they rather have this magnificent retirement facility in their yard? Either way, they don't see the sunset. Either way, they don't see the sunset.
And the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, so they're...
I understand, but I think that the some of the things in the proposal that our staff says are a bit contradictory as well. To say that 10 stories will not impact the residents at all, I don't think that's true either. 10 stories, if you're sitting in your backyard now and you're looking at a sunset, or you're looking at nothing, and then all of a sudden the next day you're looking at 10 stories, there's some impact on your backyard. There's some sun going to be blocked out at some parts of the day. I notice they're very careful to say that the sun shadowing only affects certain times of the year. But some people sit in their backyard in the fall, in the spring, in the winter. It's going to affect them. Is it compare with Clifton Hill? This area is not in Clifton Hill, Alex. This area is on Main Street, a long way from Clifton Hill. It's probably closer to the Hilton, where they're building 50-some-odd stories, than it is Clifton Hill. So like I said, I struggle with this, but I really think that it's a great project for the city. I really think that the neighbors are better off with this than what could be built on 6 stories in commercial zoning. So I'm going to support the project.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I have Councillor Diodati and Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Your Worship. I felt torn too over this one because there's no question it's a beautiful building, through Your Worship, and it's something that is probably going to be a huge asset for the city of Niagara Falls. However, I felt too there were some contradictory things in the report. And first of all, in the conclusion, to say that this should not adversely impact nearby residential properties. Well, it absolutely and most certainly does. To say that it doesn't would not be the truth. I understand that they are allowed currently to build 4 to 6 stories, and this proposal is 2.5 times. That's a huge increase over what would be expected if I was to live in that area. And I just try to ask myself, how would I feel if there was a 121-foot structure in my backyard? And I have to tell you, I wouldn't be happy about it. And I have to tell you, I wouldn't want to have a pool in that environment. And we've dealt with controversy in Moretta Estates with a 3-story building, and this is much bigger. And I understand you're dealing with economic issues to build this, to make it feasible, and I can appreciate that. But if you live in that area, there should be some comfort in knowing the official plan calls for a certain maximum. There should be some comfort in that. And what does this tell people? It means all rules are off the table. Anything goes. If something needs to be built, it's going to get built. I think the residents were being very reasonable in saying 8 stories can work. And yeah, maybe the current plan, 8 stories won't work. Rejig the numbers. Change the office space. Change the penthouse. It can work. Everything can work. You can jig the numbers. And as far as the petition is concerned, I spoke also with some of the professionals that signed that petition. And their opinion was, yeah, we support it in comparison to what's there now. They didn't. I said, well, would you support something less in stature? And they said, of course. So they're not saying they're against 8 stories. They're saying we would rather have this beautiful building built in comparison to what's there now, which is some dumps of dirt on an open lot that's been neglected. I believe that, and I mean, if this council does not approve this, it's obviously plausible that you could appeal this to the OMB, and they may very well accept it with good planning, because our planning staff have obviously endorsed it. However, I see that one flaw when they make reference to not adversely impacting the neighbors. I think at 2.5 times the official plan is very ambitious. I think it's beautiful, but when I put myself in the residents' shoes, I have to say that I think that they're being very reasonable to be okay with 8 stories. And I know what Councillor Carriot said. I mean, most people can't tell the difference between 100 feet or 120 feet, and I agree, but if that's the argument, then why stop at 10? Let's make it 16, and make it really plausible and make it really economically feasible. I believe the area needs to develop through a renaissance. I believe that there needs to be some development, but I think this is right in some people's backyards, and I think they're being reasonable in requesting 8 stories be the maximum, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wing.
Thank you. I've definitely been torn on this one. As the Main and Ferry BIA rep, I took a great interest in this, and I was really, really excited when I first heard about it, because I thought, this is great. This is just what we need to really boost the revitalization of the area. It'll give us that critical residential mass to help support the businesses, to help support the market and so forth. And I actually went out to the neighborhood meeting, and I told Dr. Vaccaro then, as long as the neighbors aren't objecting to the height, then great, this is good. And that's one of the reasons I went. I wanted to see if there were any concerns, and it seemed to be okay until recently. I guess I have to echo Dr. Daniel. It's a great project, but it's currently too high. And the most directly affected people are not the people on Banker Street. If we could have the location map back up on the screen, it would really help, because Banker Street really isn't that impacted. The building's far removed from them. There's a parking lot abutting their properties. The properties that are really affected, that are most directly impacted, are on Summer Street. And it wasn't until I went around to Summer Street and stood there with the site plan in my hand. And you can see there at the south part, the bottom part, those are the lands that are really impacted. And when I stood there, I just went, wow. I mean, because those are gardens back there. And when you picture 10 stories, and you can say, okay, going from 8 to 10 is only an extra 20 feet. And that doesn't sound like much, but it's the massing. When you multiply that extra 20 feet in height by a building of this length, it's that increase in massing that you can tell is really going to have a humongous impact. And I thought Mr. Prada, when he, in his letter, said he could live with 8 stories, I thought he was being very generous. I think that's very generous, because I don't think I could even live with 8 if I lived there. The other thing that really struck me when I actually went on site and walked the lands and looked was, you're talking about putting a 10-story building directly next to properties with 1-story buildings on them. And I have never seen our staff, at least as far as I can recall, ever recommend that sort of thing in the past. Normally they want a gradation of heights from 10 stories down to a distance away. They don't, I've never seen them recommend put a 10-story building next to 1-story residences before. And yes, they may be zoned commercial, but these are residential properties that have been there for decades upon decades, and they were residences long before they were zoned commercial. I mean, just the staff are looking at them as, well, these are commercial properties that happen to be used as residences. No, these are residences that have happened to be zoned commercial sometime within, I don't know when it happened, but, just because your land's zoned a certain way doesn't mean you want to use it that way. I'm zoned R2. I don't want to be R2. I want to be R1, So you live with the zoning, but you use your land how you want it, and when you're going to be impacted like this, I think even 8 stories is going to have a huge impact. But you take that extra 2 stories in height and multiply it by the length, and they are going to be tremendously overpowered there. And as much as I think this is a great project for the area, we need this sort of thing, it's just too high as it currently sits. I can support 8 stories. I mean, the petition from the neighborhood is saying 4 to 6. Nick wants 10. Guy says he can live with 8. He owns a lot of land right next to this. That's sort of splitting the difference. I can support 8. I can't support 10.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from members of council? Yes, Councillor Maves.
I'd just like to hear from the opposition. Are they really in favor of 8 stories? The bylaw says 6. Could I hear from Mr. Prada's lawyer, or
well, we did hear already.
Someone else? He would be happy with 8.
Yeah, we closed.
How about Mrs. Allen?
We've closed the public meeting now, Councillor. So we've heard from them already. So they're opposed to the height.
But you don't know whether they'd be satisfied with 8.
They provided a letter saying that he states that he supports 8. It's in your file.
That's Mr. Prada.
Yeah.
Everyone else?
I think we've heard from them. They've all spoken. Okay, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess I'd like to echo a couple of the other councillors' comments and just say that it is a very difficult decision. I can understand the residents' point of view. The fact that they are saying that they could live with 8 stories, I just don't know if it's that arbitrary, Your Worship. I mean, we listened to the developer say that, if you cut us down to 8 stories, that it's absolutely going to kill the project. So it is a difficult decision for council.
Okay. Members of council, we do have, everybody's had comment, so we do have an opportunity now to deal with this motion. So I'm going to ask to put the vote. All those in favor? We have a recorded vote, please. Certainly. Recorded vote. Members of council, since we are having a recorded vote, I'll be voting, and I'd like to speak in favor of this matter. I think if I could just outline some of the concerns that I heard, there were very many positives, but this property is ideally situated amongst an area that is well serviced for seniors, with the doctors, the hospital facilities, the coordination center close by. I believe it to be a quality project, and I think there's a need for this type of lifestyle accommodation in our city. Also, I think there is a gradation of height at the rear. I note that the rear of the building is a 1-story and 2-story addition that backs onto those houses, that's even buffered by a pool area at the rear towards the east. So I have no problem dealing with that in terms of what could be there as a 4-story building right adjacent to those properties. Also, I'm pleased that there is some confidence that this developer has in our city to extend the commitment to build a project like this. It's a multi-million-dollar project, and I think in general this will certainly help to revitalize the entire area. So I just want to make my points clear, since I'll be voting in favor. So, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, what you're voting on is the recommendation that's outlined in Report PD 2008-78. Councillor Diodati. Opposed. Councillor Fisher.
I, again, felt that 8 was enough. But after the presentation and all you have suggested, and I believe that these people have not heard of all that, nor had I until tonight, so I am reluctantly going to support it.
Councillor Iannone. Opposed. Councillor Carrio. For. Councillor Maves. Opposed. Councillor Peter Angelo. Aye. Councillor Thompson. Yes. Councillor Wing. Opposed. Mayor Selsey.
For.
It passes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
Vaquero.
so much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Members of Council, move on to the next item on miscellaneous planning matters. The first 3 matters under miscellaneous planning have to do with applications for historic Drummondville CIP facade and commercial building grant and residential loan applications at 5816 Main Street, also 5824 Main Street, and 5836 Main Street. So we can take them as one motion if you wish. Moved by Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo. Any comments or discussion? Yes, Councillor Carrio.
Just got a quick question, Your Worship. Could you explain the payback? Could somebody explain the payback on the loans to me, and also explain the security?
Okay, Mr. Burton, can you deal with that, or is there? I know. Security. The fact is that we do have a lien on the property with the taxes, and but in respect to that, so Mr. Burton, can you address the other points?
You're talking about the.
Well, you're going to loan them the money. How do they pay it back? What's the criteria? Is it a pay it back over 5 years, 10 years, 1 year? How do they pay back the money?
5 year.
Councillor, the payback period is we haven't written any of these agreements, but it's been established in the original documentations that it'd be over 5 years, and so it would be monthly over 5 years, so 60 equal payments of the outstanding balance that we.
And the security?
It would be the covenant of the agreement, and then it would be a lien against the property as well.
Can it be put on the taxes if in cases of non-payment?
In a failure, it would be up to the agreement that we would write, and I would believe it would be something that we could apply to the taxes. Perhaps a solicitor would like to explain.
Mr. Burton?
Practice with these agreements, Councillor, is to register them on title prior to any mortgages, so it's like a first mortgage.
Like a first? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the first 3 matters. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item is a draft plan of condominium on the north side of Lundy's Lane. Applicant is Fallsview Homes. Move the balance. And also, okay, also the next item is a draft plan of condominium at 2799 St. Paul, north of Ryle. Again, the owner there is Mike Culinary, and the previous owner was Fallsview Homes, Sergio Dosa. We've got a motion to move them both by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any comments further? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Now, we have before us, members of council, the next item are reports, Parks, Recreation, and Culture matters with regard to the Bob Gale Complex, the award of tender, report number 2008-29. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Peter Angelo seconded. Any discussion or comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Sorry, is there a comment? Sorry, yeah. Councillor Wing.
I was just going to say how disappointing it is that the price has climbed so much because of the increase in construction costs. I didn't anticipate it getting this high, but I guess there's really nothing we can do.
Obviously, we're subject to the demands of the marketplace and like a 10% increase, and we're being challenged. That's right. So, okay, and we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is the Bob Gale Complex donation and recreation fund agreements. And I'm not sure.
I would move the approval, and also Alderman or Councillor Iannone would like to be the council rep on that committee.
Okay, a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Wing, that we appoint Councillor Iannone as a council rep. Was there going to be a presentation, Mr. Clerk?
No.
Okay. Already. So we do have the motion before us. Any comments further? All those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. Members of Council, I'd like to defer my comments for one moment. We do have some people waiting yet in the gallery. I'd like to move the matter of the Greater Niagara General Hospital Foundation requesting use of the tree at Stamford Green as the memory tree for their initiatives. We do have Mr. Mike Somerville from the foundation and also Sue Berry, who works with palliative care. Thank you for your forbearance this evening and waiting out for other planning matters. So we're going to deal with that. So if we can make a motion to move this agenda forward. Councillor Iannone, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor of moving it forward? Okay, motion's carried. Thank you. Now for approval, Councillor Iannone and Councillor Thompson. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate it. Members of Council, I'd like to make a few comments this evening. First of all, I'd like to offer my condolences to the families of Kathy Slee of our Finance Division on the passing of her brother David Slee. Also to the family of William Black. Bill Black was a longtime business person in the community and was instrumental in the development of our youth soccer. He was the recipient of the first Doug Austin Sportsperson of the Year Award and was inducted into the Sports Wall of Fame at the first ceremony in 1991. Please accept our sympathy to the families for their loss during this difficult time. I'd also like to provide some information to the public after a meeting between the Niagara mayors and Dr. Jack Kitts, the doctor and consultant whose team is reviewing the Niagara Health System Plan. The mayors were pleased to meet with the doctor and his team on Friday morning, and I would like to share some important information from our discussion. It was important to me to be able to share the points made by residents of Niagara Falls that I've heard since the NHS plan was released on July 16th. We have listened to residents, patients, doctors, and healthcare professionals, and I want to ensure that those voices have come forward, that they would be heard. I was pleased to note the positive aspects of healthcare in Niagara Falls, namely the fact that we can go to our local Greater Niagara General Hospital site for care and be treated right there. As well, significant updates have taken place in Niagara Falls, including, as you're well aware, the Jeff Morgan Emergency Department opened in 2007 and the new ambulatory care unit in 2008. It was important to let the review team know that these major improvements have allowed doctors to treat patients with up-to-date equipment in ample spaces that have been geared to accommodate the changing technological and medical science environment right here in Niagara Falls. In addition, Niagara Falls already serves as a satellite site for residents in Fort Erie and the southern Golden Horseshoe. Should a further move of services occur, those residents as well as patients in Niagara Falls would have to travel an additional distance to access that same care in St. Catharines. Dr. Kitts asked us to relay the areas that residents have told us aren't working in the current system in our city. And simply put, people have told me that they have lost faith in the NHS. And my sense is that people in general do not believe that they get the best service within the NHS, and this needs to change. A revision of services, better communication, and a caring attitude toward the public need to be conveyed, whatever the plan, if Niagara is to move forward. There needs to be more discussion with doctors and healthcare providers throughout the NHS, and these are the people that are running our healthcare system. Administration must listen to the doctors and staff on a regular basis. Dr. Kitts asked us to identify risk issues that we see with the implementation of the NHS plan. And first, I stressed Council's point made in our July 21st resolution that the maternity ward and pediatrics have to stay in Niagara Falls. I presented the birthing statistics in Council's resolution, showing that the growth rate is increasingly more rapidly in Niagara Falls than in St. Catharines, where it is actually declining. Second, I posed the important question of transportation. In the NHS plan, the proposed satellite centers of excellence at sites throughout the region, and it must be responsibility of the NHS to create a viable inter-hospital transfer system to ensure patients can get to where they need to go for proper care. And third,
Residents and local doctors believe we need to review the location of the new hospital being built in St. Catharines in light of the release of the NHS plan. With the new information in the plan, the location may be a more important factor that could impact residents throughout Niagara. And finally, it is most important that residents of Niagara Falls and the entire region be kept in the know about the review and implementation of the plan. This process must be transparent. Myself and other mayors called for an open and public process to continue. Further, Dr. Kitts agreed to our request to meet with residents and healthcare professionals in our city. His team will meet with our Niagara Falls doctors to hear their points of view and their suggestions and challenges to the NHS plan. As well, Dr. Kitts' team will be working through our office to set up a town hall type meeting to hear from our community members, as well as the committee that has been struck by members of council. I would like to let the public know that the meeting with Dr. Kitts was very positive. We all agree that changes need to be made in order to address our growing and aging population. Dr. Kitts knows the status quo is not acceptable. He has experienced a multi-hospital merger in Ottawa, among others, and shared the positive results with us. And there, they are now able to recruit top physicians and provide outstanding care. Our local plan needs the input of residents and doctors, and the ultimate goal needs to be the best possible health care for our residents. On other matters, I was pleased to attend the annual conference for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario during the last week of August with fellow councillor members Jim Diodati, Councillor Caroline Iannone, Bart Maves, and Victor Pietrangelo. Between the important work done at the conference with other municipal representatives, our delegation had a productive meeting with Energy and Infrastructure Minister George Smitherman, where we made further comments with regard to finalizing the 2 casino issue for our community. As well, we brought our 1812 Legacy Project at the Lundy's Lane Historical Museum to the Minister's attention. We believe that these issues are of significant importance to the residents of Niagara Falls, and we were pleased to be able to share these issues with the Minister. We were excited as well to hear the news of $3.9 million for Niagara Falls for new infrastructure projects, and this, as well as $20 million that is to be used for projects throughout the Niagara region, will lighten the tax burden on our residents to pay for needed infrastructure upgrades in Niagara. As well, the Build Canada Fund was executed by both the provincial and federal ministers, whereby both governments committed to providing $392 million for additional infrastructure funding. We look forward to the opportunity to submit projects in our community to take advantage of that funding as well. I would like to mention the hard work of event organizers in our community this past weekend. As we're all aware, Celebrate Old Downtown and the Downtown BIA hosted the Days of Elvis Festival September 5th to 7th. And though the weather didn't cooperate, many of us were there to support this unique event. We look forward to its continued growth and this festival eventually rivaling the Elvis Festival in Collingwood that is now known all over Canada and the U.S. And I commend everyone for their unwavering support of the many downtown events this summer. I would like to mention some events coming up that will be of interest to members of council and residents. The 3rd Canada-U.S. Brownfield Summit will take place this week. I look forward to participating with other mayors and representatives of our cross-border community. We have worked hard to develop the potential for existing brownfield sites. I look forward to furthering the work that we have done with our community partners. And once again, members of council, it's that time of year. The United Way campaign is kicking off with fall luncheons. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the first luncheon will be taking place at the House of Comedy on Wednesday, September 17th. For more details, visit the United Way website at www.unitedwayniagara.org or call our local United Way office. And earlier this evening, we heard from the Alzheimer's Society, who informed us that September 18th is National Coffee Break Day. I encourage you to support the various coffee breaks at businesses throughout our city on that day, and they will be hosted by a number of community sponsors, and donations will be accepted in support of the Alzheimer's Society. And we're very pleased to be cutting the ribbon at the new artificial turf field at the Kaler Road Sports Park on Saturday, September 20th at 11 a.m. And I'm sure we'll see lots of support at the field next Saturday. I'll be looking forward to cutting the ribbon and putting the new turf to good use. And as well, the Parade of the Unknown Soldier will take place Sunday, September 21st at 10 a.m. at the Fairview Cemetery. We welcome participation from residents. Many of us will be there to join veterans and legionnaires during this annual ceremony. Thank you very much. Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing as you covered the NHS and Dr. Kitts and the HIP plan, I think I'll raise it right now. We were going to save it to new business, but you put it on the floor right now. I just want to say I'm a little bit overwhelmed right now. We had asked the clerk to bring up the petitions, and if everybody saw the petition in the Niagara Falls Review, thanks to the talent of the committee, sitting with Councillor Thompson, Councillor Diodati, and myself, we've got some great talent and some really positive, forward-minded people on that committee, and they put together the fantastic ad, if everybody saw it in the review, and I have to say the domino explaining the services that we're going to use. Jimmy uses the analogy that out of 5 disciplines, they're going to take 3 away. I will say that I'm trying to do a rough count while I'm sitting here listening to you speak, and we probably have 6,000 signatures. Janice is opening, Jim is opening, and I just want to give a special mention out there to Jock Ainsley. If anybody has gone into a grocery store since this petition became available online, you're going to see Dr. Ainsley standing in one of it. Here's just one of his packets that he's given us. He's got 2,240 signatures, just what he's giving us. I've got calls from Shoppers Drug Mart. I'm picking up 15, 20 full legal size sheets of signatures. I want to thank the residents because it does seem like an uphill battle to stop this process as where it's sitting right now. And I think the committee, which Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you will include because it's council endorsed, in order to put the public meeting together, and we'd be happy to work with your staff and our committee to do that. We meet again on Wednesday, so I'll certainly bring that forward to them. That was one of the mandates of our committee that council endorsed here. But I have to say, my phone has not stopped ringing. I know Jim's hasn't stopped ringing, Wayne's hasn't stopped ringing, the committee's hasn't stopped ringing. Even at Sears yesterday in the Penn Center, I ran into one of our local doctors who said, listen, you need to make this point and this point and this point when your committee speaks to Dr. Kitts. It's been systemic throughout. I liked your letter to Dr. Kitts. I think the only thing I will disagree with is the only positive thing I would have seen Dr. Kitts saying is, I will stop this process, we will relook at a site location, and I will take a good hard look at the effects of the HIP to the communities. We were all at AMO. We didn't get to see Minister Kaplan, which was very disappointing, but I know that you were in the audience, Mr. Mayor, when I asked Mr. Kaplan when we had our Ministers' Forum the question, it was very interesting. Minister Watson made the analogy that municipalities are like ships and we have to take the helm and steer it, which I thought was an interesting analogy considering the Liberal government has handed the steering of the health system over to a LHIN. So I used Minister Watson's analogy and asked Minister Kaplan how he would equate needing to take hold of the helm and handing it over to a LHIN. And I made the point that when residents went to the polls to vote, they didn't vote for a LHIN. They voted for the Liberal government at that point in time. And really what we're hearing from the residents is the LHIN is not accountable to anybody. Mr. Kaplan's response was he did believe the LHIN representatives were accountable to the residents. I don't know how. We don't vote for them. They're appointed. Unless you go looking on the LHIN board, you don't know who they are. And quite frankly, they can make a decision and have no effect on their place on the LHIN. So I think it's really important for the residents to continue calling Kim Crater. He's doing a great job. He met with the doctors at GNGH last week. I think it's really interesting to look at issues like, actually I have to step back and say, if anybody saw Councillor Wing's letter to the editor to Niagara this week, I thought it was sensational. It isn't just the NHS, this is fantastic, it isn't just the NHS and the HIP plan, it's the NHS really in itself that we have to take a look at. If you need a copy of the petition, please call me. I've been delivering them for the last 10 days. You can download it off the website, the city website. I'm trying to think if I've missed anything. You made the comment, Mr. Mayor, in regards to your support of the last development, that it's central to doctors' offices and the hospital. This is a seniors building. Senior women need gynecological care as much as younger women do, and it's just not feasible, or not even financially feasible, but some of them just are not going to get there. And to look at transportation is kind of having the cart drag the horse here. We have to keep this up. I want to tell council I was invited to Toronto on Thursday. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you were invited also. I will forward this to you. And I'm trying to clear my agenda to see if I can attend. And the Niagara Health System and the Niagara Health Coalition and the Provincial Health Coalition is holding an emergency meeting for committees and representatives of communities that are adversely affected to this. It's not just us. I had an opportunity after I asked my question at the meeting, at the minister's forum, which got rounds of applause, which I hadn't heard. I was a little surprised at how everybody really thought of the LHINs. And I had councillor after councillor and mayor say to me, we're having the same problem with the LHINs in our community. We can't get to the minister. We don't like the level of bureaucracy created. It's not just us. I mean, I think we're making a lot of noise. I think we're making it really difficult and uncomfortable for them, and we have to keep doing it until we have a solution for this. I know that there is also a town hall meeting on Ryland St. Paul from the Niagara Health Coalition. I know that you were copied. We were both invited to speak at that. We'll print them in the paper. We'll put them on our websites, but show up. Because if you don't show up, the answer is going to be you weren't concerned enough to come out. So I just want to thank the residents who are calling, the residents who are signing, getting our petitions online. I want us to submit at least 20,000 petitions. There's 72,000 people in this city, and we should be able to do 22,000. Everybody has a mother, a daughter, a sister, somebody, women and children who are going to need care at our hospital, and I want my kids to be cared for at GNGH. I don't want to drive to St. Catharines.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I want to commend certainly the entire council for their efforts. I know we've all been listening to our residents in Niagara, and I think we are encouraging the participation of their comments to be given to all of us and to be forwarded to us in petitions as you have before you. I can tell you Dr. Kitts was very positive. He's a well-educated man. He was very open-minded, so I think that we'll have a chance to present those petitions to him. Interesting enough, a number of months ago, I invited the LHIN to come to our city to have a meeting in our chambers, and it turned out that they'll be here October 28th, 2008, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It'll be the same day that they will receive Dr. Kitts' report. And even though at that point we don't know what the time limit will be thereafter, there will be people. This is a public meeting, and people are invited to come to that meeting, and it'll be held right here in our chamber. So it's very coincidental, but it took a number of months to set that up, and it was an invitation that we extended to them months ago. I think it was last winter that we asked them to visit Niagara. So they'll be here on the 28th of October as well to receive that information. Councillor Inoue?
And while that's positive and sounds proactive, it's going to be a little late for this initiative. Dr. Kitts' report will be handed to them at the same time. So that, quite frankly, that timing doesn't work for us. And, you know, maybe we are being very aggressive. I don't think we have a choice to be anything but. I know Dr. Kitts was given a mandate. He's got to follow the mandate that he was given. And maybe the mandate that he was given really doesn't cover everything that we're trying to encompass. So I did read in your, I think it was the comments to the paper, that Dr. Kitts had agreed to sit with the committee of that council had approved. I'm not quite certain. How is that going to happen? Do we contact Dr. Kitts?
No,
Does your office contact?
The doctor will be contacting us, as I said earlier, and he'll be letting us know as far as availability. We don't have that date. We're working through the LHIN right now. We're trying to get dates in late September, early October. His report, he will probably start drafting his report by about the 15th of October, from what he told us, and we expect about a 10-page report. He has been assuring us that he'll certainly take all this into consideration. I think that we have an outpouring of comments from our residents, and I think that that'll be something that should influence his decision. But he hasn't got any preconceived notions. I wanted to assure you that he told us that, and I believe what he was saying. So at this point, I think certainly the 28th of October is when he submits his report. That isn't a decision date by any means, because the LHIN will then have to deal with the recommendation that he makes, and they'll have, I'm sure, some pressure placed on them as well. So, as I said, the LHIN will be making a decision. I presume that they'll probably do so in their consultative process at some time at a later date. I'm not sure how long that'll take, and they wouldn't give us a time frame. So we'll see how that shapes up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also, just another point to make, as you highlight Dr. Kitts' experience and what he's done in Ottawa, that isn't to say that he's been his changes have been resoundingly accepted in Ottawa. The day we left AMO, the editorial was a strong criticism of Dr. Kitts and the changes that he put into place. So he can be as experienced as you want, but he's not emotionally connected to the communities he's going into. He's not going to live here when the changes take effect, and that was the highlight of the editorial in the Ottawa Citizen.
And I'll let you judge that after you hear his story. It'll be interesting that he'll relate a story to you that he went through and how communities were committed or pitted against other communities, whether it be French against English and vice versa. He was affected certainly professionally, and he'll relate that story to you. So I think hopefully you'll have a chance to hear his story when he makes that presentation, receives your comments as well. So thank you for the effort, and I appreciate that. And we'll move on. I'm excited about the response that we have, and we'll move on to the rest of the communications, if I may. IHOP has requested from the Chief Building Official recommending minor variance, moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any comments? Having seen none, all those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. Donnie requesting a crosswalk from Cumming Square to Road Bank, moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Maves.
Moving it referred to staff.
I'm sorry, referring to staff? Yes, okay. Sorry, missed that. Any comments or questions further? Having seen none, all those in favour? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. The item number 4, Royal Canadian Legion Week, requesting the week September 21st to 27th be proclaimed as Legion Week and that the flag raising be held on Sunday, September 21st, 2008 at 10 a.m. Moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Once again, any comments? Having seen none, all those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. A request from the Canadian Kennel Club that the week of September 20th to 27th, 2008 be declared as National Responsible Dog Ownership Day, RDOG Day. For the recommendation of council. Yes, moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any comments? Having seen none, all those in favour? The motion is carried. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for council's consideration? No, Your Worship. Okay, we'll move on to property matters. Is there anyone present with respect to the land being declared as surplus, known as lot 217, Plan 997? And also, there's nobody here, so moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. That the land be declared surplus. Any comments or discussion? Having seen none, all those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you. Finance matters. With regard to the CFO's reports, we have 3 reports that we've been carrying forward. 2008-28, 2007 reserves and reserve funds, 2008-2029, the 2007 development charges, and 2008-30 being the 2007 capital accounts report. Councillor Wing.
On page 2 of the first report, F2008-28, dealing with 2007 reserve and reserve funds, if you look under the discretionary reserve funds in the chart, you'll see that at December 31st, 2007, the amount in the development charges discretionary account was 0. And this is an issue that Councillor Iannone and I have been chasing for some while, trying to satisfy ourselves as to how exactly the projects are outstanding. There were 2 sewer projects specifically, Grassy Brook and Garner. And I understand from staff that the funds in the development charge reserve were unexpectedly low when it came time to pay these projects. And so for a few months now, we've been trying to get to the bottom of exactly how these were paid. There's been some conflicting information given us. We had a meeting, Councillor Iannone and I had a meeting with Mr. Burden in his office on April 18th, and he told us then that these projects were paid for from a $6 million short-term revolving line of credit, and he'd have to come to council to debenture to cover that off. And then I had a meeting with him in his office on July 21st, and he said, no, I believe that was at the time, that was what happened at the time in April, but I've since learned that this wasn't the case, and the funding came solely from the Convention Centre Reserve. And I asked him in an email the next couple of days later to clear, can you confirm this is what you told me? Because I was trying to explain it to Councillor Iannone, and he really isn't responding. He's saying, well, council approves certain reports. Well, these reports aren't dealing with what I'm asking him to confirm. I also asked to be able to review the agreements pertaining to the Convention Centre reserves, and I've had no response to that. I'd really like to look at these agreements. The other thing we've been looking for is apparently in a meeting that Councillor Iannone had with Mr. Burden, he twice showed her a Scotiabank, or a document in which the Grassy Brook and Garner projects were specifically listed by name. And I double-checked with her after my meeting with him and said, you told me you saw these projects named there. She said, yes, I did. So I'm quite sure she wasn't imagining this. And I asked him if I could see that document, and what he showed me was a Scotiabank commitment letter, which doesn't name the projects. And Councillor Iannone says, no, that's not the same document he showed me. I guess this commitment letter that I've been shown was the response to the request that he had shown Councillor Iannone. So what I'd like to see is the same document he showed Councillor Iannone. I'm just trying to satisfy myself. I mean, ultimately, it's us here who are responsible for the finances of the corporation, and I just want to personally be satisfied. I'm getting conflicting information. I'm trying to figure out what really happened, how this was really paid out. I was told one thing on April 18th. I was told something else on July 21st. I've asked to be able to look at a couple of documents, and I haven't been able to see them, and I'd like to see those documents and get it confirmed exactly how these Grassy Brook and Garner projects were covered.
So, Councillor, can you just confirm what documents you're looking for?
I'm looking for the agreements pertaining to the contributions to the Convention Center Reserve. We received contributions from other bodies, and I'd like to see what our agreements with those bodies are. And there is also, it's not the Scotiabank commitment letter, which I was shown. It's I guess it would be some sort of request for a borrowing request that Councillor Iannone was showing. That's what I'd like to see.
Sure, Councillor.
I think the bottom line to this is, Mr. Mayor, in writing, Janice and I probably have about half a dozen, if not more, different answers to the same question. I mean, I don't want to pick on anybody, but I'm saying that where we got that money changed repetitively. I think at the end, with the last response that Councillor Wing has, the bottom line is, my understanding, we were told John McDonald didn't know that we'd borrowed the money or taken from a reserve. I know that the 9 of us didn't know at that point that we were short development charges and where that money came. And then Mr. Burton, with Councillor Wing, Councillor Fisher said, I'm not sure where it went either. So I guess I'd ask Council, if they didn't know, and he didn't know, and we didn't know, who knows where that money came from? I think it was a big eye-opener in this council chamber when Mr. McDonald stood up and said, you know, we used the convention center money. I, quite frankly, until that point in time, didn't know we could use convention center money. But I think the most important comment made that night was Mr. McDonald said, maybe they need a lesson in municipal finance. So I'm free, and I will take that lesson in municipal finance, because maybe we're just obtuse and we're not getting the fact that 4 and 4 doesn't equal 8, or that 6 or 8 different answers is acceptable. Maybe we're missing something. I would happily sit with someone he wants to bring in to explain to me municipal finance, because I thought I knew, because quite frankly I have great respect for the information Mr. Burton has given me in the last 9 years, and he taught me what I know about municipal finance. So if he didn't know and he didn't know and we didn't know, I'm a little curious as to how we got to where we are. And on the topic of the document Councillor Wing was shown, she was shown a commitment letter. Well, the bank isn't clairvoyant and can't guess that you want a commitment letter on money for a development unless you apply for that money. I know clearly standing here that I saw the project spelled out both in typing, and the dollar amount in typing, and the dollar amount in numerical figures. It was a borrowing document. It was not a commitment letter. And quite frankly, there's just not a continuity in response. So can we sit maybe together with somebody so we can get an answer, so that we're not sitting here pointing fingers and complaining, because that's a large amount of money. That's a discrepancy. We've got a convention center money fund that I didn't know we could touch, and quite frankly, is it in the agreement that we can? Because none of us have seen that document. We vote and we approve it, but we don't see what happens after that. And I'd kind of like to see what happens after that, and where the door opens that they can actually borrow that money. I mean, that's our role as a councillor, and I'd like the opportunity to do that.
Okay.
So those are my comments.
Our CEO is going to respond to you. Mr. McDonald?
I'll attempt to do this, but to be honest, you know, we're sort of rehashing old ground, and I appreciate, well, the impression that's given is that, you know, they don't know, I don't know, they don't know. I mean, we know exactly what's going on here. We know exactly what's happened with the money. The problem is that clearly there's a miscommunication somewhere along the line.
Councillor, I think if you'd be kind enough just to listen to his response, please.
And so I really don't think that I or any of the staff tonight can say something to appease the concerns. This issue of the Scotiabank commitment letter, I've spoken to staff about it. There is only one commitment letter. It does not identify these projects. That report, I have it here, was sent to the councillors questioning it. I spoke to staff who made it very clear to me that this is the only document that was shown to both councillors, and I think Councillor Fisher was involved with that as well, because it's the only one that exists, and I can't produce another document. There isn't one. And so I don't know who we can bring in to explain it any differently. Clearly there's a misunderstanding here, and I guess from our point of view, I mean, misunderstandings occur and people misread information, and this one has gotten so gray and so clouded that I don't know at this point what we can do about it. But there is no document that was shown that I could find any information for that was shown to Councillor Iannone, and then a separate one shown to Councillor Wing. I've talked to the staff who confirmed for me there is no document that lists these projects, only one document. On the issue of the reserves, and we went over this, and we spent a lot of time dealing with the reserves, and we pointed out how monies that we receive goes into our particular account, and we draw on it as cash flow is needed. And so the money, in fact, the bank account where the convention center money is the same bank account where there's other monies, and we borrow monies from that to balance our expenses as we go by. We thought that we explained that in previous reports that have already been accepted by council. And to be honest, staff are extremely frustrated, as the councillors are, with this issue, because we're providing the same information and it just doesn't go away. I mean, if the answer is to do a municipal financing information session that really deals with reserves and how they work, how development charges work, and so on, we'd be happy to make those arrangements. But I honestly don't believe that staff can satisfy the questions that are on the table because they're little bits of information from numerous discussions. Reference, as Councillor Wing began, with the development charges, and Todd can comment on that. The references with the zero amount. I'm sure Todd would point out that that's always a zero amount in that particular category
because they are not discretionary, they're obligatory. We have a legal obligation to put those funds in an obligatory reserve. That's why that chart is shown that way. The chart, you're quite correct. It says zero in the discretionary column. In the obligatory column is the $11,955,000, which is the subject of a second report, which clearly shows the continuity schedule for the development charges. So there is $11 million at the end of December 2007. There was $11,955,000 in the reserve fund for development charges.
Development charges is an obligatory account, period. It's not a discretionary account, so nothing will ever appear in a discretionary account. And this is, like, I kind of like this example because it's one small thing to show where, there is a misunderstanding, because the question, as I interpreted Councillor Wing's point, is how come all of a sudden it's zero in this column for development charges? It's a good question because it really jumps out with the zero. It's a zero because the chart's made up this way, but development charges is obligatory account. It'll always be on. So it's not like it's wrong. It's not like we don't know where the money is. It disappeared. There's a misunderstanding here in terms of how it's presented. And it may be that the misunderstanding is a result of the terminology used by staff and the way we typically approach these accounts. I'm not sure what it is, but what I am confident of is that the information has been dealt with. Staff know where the money is. You've got a very detailed report tonight on development charges, which shows exactly how much came in, exactly what it was used for, exactly what interest occurred, exactly what projects this information was applied to. How long do we go on with this? I wish I could really satisfy this, because this has caused not only frustration, I think, with the councillors, and I understand that, but also with staff, and it's caused a tremendous amount of time and energy and resources to go into dealing with these issues. And I'm talking thousands of dollars of time and energy have gone into this. And we're really feeling like we're chasing our tails on the whole thing. And if the suggestion to satisfy this is do a session on municipal financing, and maybe that's the appropriate thing to do, is to move from here to do a session, so because as we're getting ready for budget time, we'll be able to deal with this, and we'll all be on the same page. I mean, we'd be really happy to do that if that would satisfy the council. But going back and dealing with these issues, we believe that it's not going to be fruitful, and we continue to cost a lot of time and money to deal with these issues.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I have Councillor Wing.
I can accept that Councillor Iannone must have imagined she saw some document that she kept talking about and talked about so frequently that I asked to see it. But what I did not imagine is that meeting on April 18th in Mr. Burden's office, where he said that they realized last fall that the development charge reserve was depleted and the money wasn't there to pay for these projects. I know I was there, and I know I heard those words. And what I'm trying to get at this point is, I'll let the first document, the one that Councillor Iannone was talking about, I'll let that go. But why can't I review the agreements pertaining to the contribution to the Convention Center Reserve Fund? Like, why can't? I've been waiting for responses from Mr. Burden since July 24th, and these responses just aren't forthcoming.
Well, let's see if we get an answer for you.
I'm not supporting anything to do with reserve funds while I still have outstanding questions.
Okay. Mr. McDonald.
I think actually, and maybe we'll get everybody into this, and maybe Dean can help us as well, because there is only one agreement, and it's the federal agreement. It's not the provincial agreement. And I think, as I recall, and I'm sorry with being away last week, I didn't do a lot of homework on this this time, but I thought a copy of that agreement was sent to the councillors involved. And there is absolutely nothing in those agreements that would suggest any restrictions on us using the money, except they're going to be used for these projects. Clearly they're going to be used for these projects. In the meantime, we put them in our bank accounts and we treat them like any other funds that we receive. And if it will assist us and we draw on that cash, as long as it gets back in there and it's used for that purpose, that's the intent. It really talks to other issues. And again, I didn't check that today, but that's the only agreement we have. We don't have a provincial agreement, but the federal agreement, and I know the provincial agreement, remember we received the check, we were all shocked when we received the first payment on the provincial
electronic
agreement.
Transfer?
Electronic transfer, here's the agreement. And for the second part, there was no agreement. So we know what that money has to be used for, so there are no restrictions, and we use it as we do any other cash, but it must go to those projects.
Okay. I have Councillor Iannone and Councillor Thompson.
I have nothing nice to say, so I'll just simply vote against the report, and we're going to have a budget coming up, and we'll go through that again. We go line by line. We sit together. We go line by line. We generally sit with Mr. Burden and have him take us line through line two. Maybe we just need to do it with everybody. But I will say, if I'm not understanding this correctly, I didn't make the suggestion. I misunderstood. You said if you need a lesson in municipal finance, maybe we'll give you one. Do it.
Okay.
Yeah, we did send Councillor Wing the agreement on August 18th.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I don't know why you'd send it to two councillors when you got 8 people around here who are all interested in the same objective. With respect to the convention center money, you say you can use that. Is that not collecting interest? Does that go back in? Does that accrue to the original amount?
Mr. McDonald?
Yes, we are collecting interest, and the interest accrued on that account will be applied to that project as well.
So nothing would be lost.
Correct.
As far as the amount is
concerned. Exactly, and as we mentioned, I think related to this, any monies we take from our reserve accounts, when we put it back in interest as we replace it, i.e. with development charges and so on.
Okay, that's a clear and concise answer. How did we get into this mess and discussion in the first place? First of all, we were talking about the projects, and they couldn't be financed. And then we heard that the development charges, there wasn't sufficient funds, or there wasn't funds to pay for the project. And then all of a sudden, a few weeks later, we have development charge funds to look after the projects. How did we get those mixed messages coming probably a month apart?
Mr. McDonald? To work backwards a bit, we still don't have enough development charges money at this point to pay for those projects. And how we got into this was a realization come near the end of last year that up until that point, the staff were of the opinion when these projects were done, because they are eligible for development charges, that we would have enough money in the development charges account to pay for them. And the reality is, when that was looked into further, they realized we're not going to have enough money to fully pay for those projects.
Nor do we now.
Yeah, nor do we now.
But we will.
And we eventually we will. In the meantime, what we're doing, we have not debentured those projects. In the meantime, we're currently still funding them through, partly through development charges as we get money in, and partly through use of internal financing and borrowing from reserves, and using our cash flow to deal with that. Ultimately, those projects will be paid for through development charges. But we got into this problem when the staff realized we don't have enough in the bank right now to pay them off at the end of the project, which we had hoped, and we're going to have to figure out some other way to finance them. And that's what created this, and here we are.
So is this because the projects, the two of them, escalated in cost so much that you didn't realize what the final cost was going to be? Or is this because of the enthusiastic approach to separating sewers and capital costs, that depleted the charges? What's the answer?
Yeah, that's the answer, both of those. Both at the projects.
So I really didn't have to ask you. I could have asked myself.
To participate, but clearly it's because the projects cost a lot more than anyone anticipated initially. And B, we spent over the last couple of years, and we showed a chart on that, a lot more money on infrastructure over the last couple of years than we've ever had in the past, and it's just depleted those particular funds.
Now, at one point there was a comment made about the reserves were also not depleted.
We have no reserves.
Pardon me?
The comment I heard here that we had no reserves left, or they're almost all gone as well. Is that?
Well, I thought the comment was made here. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where that came from or how it was generated, because that's not the case. And I think we also produced a report on that to show that our reserves, just coincidentally, are much higher than they have been for the last several years. And the reason they are is because actually of the convention center.
Of the $18 million in the convention center.
So we received that, it goes into that account, so it's quite high at this point.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it was kind of interesting to see the one report here with respect to development charges. In 2003, there were $17 million, when at that time there were statements made that the city was bankrupt and the reserves were depleted. $17 million. We don't have that today.
We have members of council, these matters before us on the three finance matters. So at this point, we have the 2007 reserves and reserve funds for recommendation. The council review and approve the 2007 transfers to reserves and reserve funds. So I'm going to put that question before you. Any discussion or comments with regard to that report? We've had certainly a lot of discussion. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any further discussion? Having then said none, I see none, we'll proceed. All those in favor? Any opposed? 2 opposed. The motion is carried. Thank you. The next report is 2008-29 development charges, 2007 financial information. The recommendation the council receive and file the attached financial statements regarding development charges for the 2007 fiscal year. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. And the final is the 2007 capital accounts for the information of council. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. This time we'll move on to the ratification of Community Services Committee actions. I'll call on the chair, Councillor Ionone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting of the Community Services Committee. The minutes of August 18, 2008 meeting be approved. Under reports, FS 2008-35, Building and Planning Fees Review. The committee recommended the report and consultants' presentations that the committee recommend the report and consultants' presentation for information. That the chief building official be directed to hold public meetings as required by Bill 124 so as to increase building permit fees effective January 1st, 2009. That staff be directed to hold public consultation meetings with the public, including the development community, and to provide council with the recommendations for the establishment of new planning and engineering fees effective January 1st, 2009. R 2008-30, fees for the artificial turf sports field at Kaler Park, home for Niagara United Soccer Club. That the fees for the artificial multi-purpose sports field for the period September 8th, 2008 till April 31st, 2009 be approved. That all net revenues generated from the rental field, excluding lighting fees, to other users in the year 2008, 9, 10, and 11 be dedicated and applied entirely to the project cost of the field and reduce each party's contribution equally. R 2008-27, review of request ban of plastic bags. That the City of Niagara Falls play a leadership role in educating and encouraging all businesses, retailers, and residents to significantly reduce and strive to eliminate their use of plastic bags. That an educational campaign and implementation strategy be developed through Park and City Committee, and that the recommended educational campaign and implementation strategy, which would include the budgetary requirements, be outlined in a future report to Council. TS 2008-44, request for extension Kiwanis agreement. That the subject to subject to the completion of a street hardware review, the request to extend the existing agreement a further 5 years, 2010 to 15, be approved, and that the city dedicate up to $6,000 for concrete pad installations to facilitate the installation of the Kiwanis benches at mutually agreed transit stops. Under new business, that the tree at 5709 Prince Edward Avenue be removed by city forces. Actually, there were 2 addresses in that, and we should clarify that for staff. One was on the property that we attended, and the other one was on the property besides, so we'll have to get you the correct addresses for that. So maybe just amend it to that the 2 trees problematic to 5709 Prince Edward be removed by city forces. That the police be requested to provide enforcement on Preakness Street due to speeding concerns, and that staff review the corner parking restriction at the corner of Culp Street and Orchard Avenue, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Diodati, moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Any comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Ratification of in-camera recommendations. I'll call on our CAO.
Just one motion from in-camera moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that staff be directed to hire an executive search firm to assist with the recruitment of a new CAO, and that this search will recruit candidates both internally and externally to the City of Niagara Falls, and the motion was passed.
Good, thank you. Motion to approve, moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Any comments? No? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. Members of Council, can I have a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock? Moved by Councillor May, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Wait. The motion, pardon? Opposed? we should get that vote again. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Come on, you're almost done.
Okay, the consent agenda.
At 1 o'clock, you do.
Consent agenda. Move the entire consent by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Ioannoni. Any comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws or amendments to the bylaws for the Council's consideration?
No, Your Worship.
Can I have a motion then to introduce the bylaws? Bylaws are given a first reading, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Diodati. Council has heard the motion. Any questions or comments? All in favor? I'm sorry, is there one more, please? Councillor Wing?
Yeah, I just had a question on, it's actually the second bylaw, and I'm not sure what, 2008-148, it's the bylaw to amend bylaw 79-200 to introduce new definitions, regulatory provisions, and uses. It's off the bottom of page 2. I was just wondering. It talks about no person shall park or store a motorhome, a snowmobile, a boat, a personal watercraft, a recreational vehicle, or a trailer in the front yard, side yard, or exterior yard of a lot. What do we do with people who have their rear yards totally fenced off? Are we going to force them to take away the fence and extend pavement back into their rear yards if they have, if they have a trailer that they go away with in the summertime, or a boat or a snowmobile.
Mr. Clerk,
I'm just wondering about the practicality of this.
I don't know the answer to that. Plain and simple. I mean, we could, maybe if you can email me your question tomorrow. I mean, we did go through a whole process on this. Number one, we had the meetings with the residents on Stamford Green Drive, and then as a result, there were zoning amendments that were proposed at the, I think, the planning meeting in July, the first one in July. So some of those should be addressed in that report, and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong.
I
don't
do
know
recall
on the
that.
mechanics,
I do recall the discussion. It's just that when I read this bylaw and I looked at that, I thought, well, wait a minute. We've got, especially as the baby boomers, get into retirement, they're buying trailers and RVs, and what if somebody is in the situation where they have their backyard totally fenced off? It's not paved. We don't want them to store these things on grass, so we're setting up a real catch-22 situation. You can't store it in your side yard where your driveway is, but you can't store it in your backyard where it's grassed either. So, I'm just wondering about what we're passing here, and when it comes right down to it, is this practical? Or are we creating a catch-22?
Well, they may preclude themselves from having the ability to park those vehicles there, or those boats and things there at the time, if they don't abide by the terms of the bylaw. Mr. Beeman, do you want to give any comment with respect to the council's concerns?
Well, I think the first thing, we don't have to worry about anybody that's already parked. Bylaws, they're going to be illegal non-conformities. As far as the provisions of the bylaws that exist are concerned, this is a common practice in many municipalities that they just don't have these things around the houses, particularly in areas where there are smaller lots. I think that in most cases, we're not likely, at least from my experience, we're in working municipalities where they have these beds, you don't get very many complaints about them. When you do, it usually is, it really is, most of the time, everybody agrees that thing can't be there. It's just as a practical matter, it's so close to the other guy's house, or it's so big, it's one of these 80-foot long suckers that, people get upset. The other thing I found, Councillor Wing, is often by the time we get out to investigate them, the thing's gone anyway. The guy's taking it off on his holidays. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of complaints in this area. But when we do, like the one that never-ending problem we had out on Stamford Green Drive, this gives staff a way of dealing with it. The other thing is that if you do get a complaint on one and the neighbors really aren't concerned about it, a minor variance is available in the zoning bylaw, which can deal with the problem for that specific person whose neighbors really, maybe he's got one neighbor who's a pain, but everybody else says, now Joe can have his trailer. That's the way we can resolve it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bean. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Wing. I'll call the motion then with regard to the bylaws be given a first reading. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Bylaws 2008-147 to 2008-160 read a first time.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to give the bylaws a second and third reading? Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Diodati. Once again, you've heard the motion. Any further comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried.
Bylaws 2008-147 to 2008-160 read a second and third time and passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Any new business this evening? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Just passed out a sheet to council, Your Worship. It's just coming around now. And all it does is it explains what the complaint process is when residents call in and they have a lot next to them, or there's a lot where the grass isn't cut. And I had a chance to sit down with Mr. Castrilli today, and as well as Mr. Dulovic, and just kind of went through the process. Back in the summertime, I received a complaint from a lady who lives on a crescent, and on either side of her, there's lots where the grass wasn't getting cut. So what we did was we started through the process, and the process is in front of you now. So the complaint is received by the staff person. The complaint is entered into the system and given to a bylaw inspector. Then the inspector goes out and visits the property. Once the inspector visits the property, returns to City Hall, a report is given to the secretarial staff. If the property owner is found to be in violation, then a notice is sent out by registered mail. once the notice is received by the property owner, then the property owner has 7 days to comply or to cut the grass. Then the inspector then goes back out to the site to see whether or not the grass was cut and does another inspection. If the grass still isn't cut, then comes back to City Hall, gives a report to the secretary, and then the cutter is dispatched, and then the cutter actually goes out, cuts the grass, and then the amount is billed to the property owner. Sounds like a good process. So, Your Worship, in short, the first complaint for this property in particular went in on July 21st. It's September 8th now. If you want to count the days, it's 50 days that the grass still hasn't been cut. So obviously something isn't working here, and there's probably a whole bunch of things. I talked to Mr. Castrilli, who had some good ideas about streamlining the process, and I don't really want to say that it's staff's fault. I think it's the process's fault, to be honest with you. I mean, it's the process that we have in place. When you park your car on a road, if you're over your time limit, the bylaw enforcer doesn't look for you and say, "Do you mind putting a quarter in the meter?" Just gives you a ticket and that's it. And I think that should be the case for repeat offenders in this case. I don't mind notifying a property owner the very first time, giving them a copy of what our bylaw is, letting them know that they got to cut their grass, even if it's on a vacant lot, and that they got to keep it down to a certain minimum. But I don't understand why we go through the process every single time. I think we waste a lot of staff time. Wasting staff time basically wastes money, and I don't think that we do justice to the residents that live next to one of these lots or on either side of one of these lots, Your Worship. So I guess what I'd like to ask for is I'd like to ask for a report back from staff that would outline basically the streamlining of the process for grass cutting complaints, and that would also change the process for repeat offenders so that we don't have to go through this process every single time. I mean, if we send them a copy of the bylaw the very first time that the infraction is made, then the second time, I don't understand why we have to continue chasing them. We go out there, if the grass is too long, then we dispatch the cutter. The last thing, Your Worship, is increase the number of cutters that we have on our list to call. It's my understanding that the cutter was dispatched on August 29th to go cut the grass. Again, it's August 8th now, or sorry, September 8th. So that's 11 days. Not a very good turnaround time. I don't understand. We only have one cutter that we go to. I don't understand why we don't have a half a dozen, and we demand either a 24 or 48-hour turnaround. I'm sure there's landscaping business out there that would want the business, and I don't understand why it would take more than a week and a half, Your Worship, to go out and cut the grass. So I'd like that report back from council, and I would so move the motion. And if
moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Wing. Any discussion? Having seen none, all is in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor. I think that's a good idea, especially very timely. So I think staff has that motion, that direction. Any other new business? Yes, Councillor Diodati.
Just really quickly, Your Worship, up at AMO, I was very happy to see at one of the booths for the Ministry of Tourism. Let's find my sheet here. Sorry. There we go. We've got the competitiveness study brochure with some features of Niagara Falls in it. This is for the province. And as well, an investment brochure for the province with Niagara Falls front cover, front and center, which I thought was kind of neat that they're using Niagara Falls to sell Ontario. So I just thought I'd point out the importance of this city to the province and how it was recognized. Despite sometimes how we feel we get treated, they certainly realize the value of this city in marketing the province. That's all, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I appreciate that. Motion adjourned by Councillor Maves and seconded by Councillor Carrio. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you.